皆さんこんにちは。ここからはモンスターハンタードスのお時間となります。奏者のモズと申します。過去の RTA in Japan ではモンスターハンタートライ G の奏者としてお世話になりました。前回とは異なりまっとうに攻略していきます。よろしくお願いします。はい、カテゴリーは Any% です。新規キャラクターの作成からラスボスであるナナテスカトリまでの、RTA となります。今回解説としてモスさんをお呼びしております。モスさんよろしくお願いします。
はい、解説のモス TKM と書いてモスと申します。名前が紛らわしくて非常に申し訳ないんですけども、声に濁す時のね、濁音の有無でぜひ聞き分けてください。濁音付きのモズさんが奏者で、濁音なしのモスが、解説となっております。はい。で、今回は私も主にモンハンシリーズ作品の RTA をよく走ってますので、その経験を生かして今回解説できればと思います。はい、よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
はい。で、今回この作品ですが、寄付額投票を設定させていただきました。で、目標額30万ということで、どうなったかと言いますと、なんと、昨日のお昼頃にはすでに達成確認できておりまして、本当に、皆さん、寄付ご協力ありがとうございました。ということで、今回、寄付額投票の目標額達成につき、防具、回復アイテム禁止のルールで、進めていきたいと思います。クーラードリンクはありです。
はい、ペースキャンパーの回避はダメ。
Do you want to start or do you want me to?
Whatever you want.
ということで、
Okay, I'd say go first.
Alright, I'm Adam. I help moderate on the old school Monster Hunter community. Just enjoy playing those.
Yeah, and I go by Alpha. I also am a part of the Monster Hunter old school community. I just don't moderate. I have a YouTube channel that kind of goes over the history of the Monster Hunter games, and it looks like we'll be starting here soon. So Monster Hunter 2's speedrun begins after confirming your save. It's a little bit of a different Monster Hunter game. There's a few things that if you're familiar with either any of the generations of Monster Hunter, the quest structure and the progression structure is just a little bit different, and we'll kind of go through points as they come up.
There is one additional setup for the run. It is more than just creating a save on Monster Hunter 2. You have to have save file data for the first Monster Hunter, the Japanese version, or Monster Hunter G. You will get a save file bonus on creating a character in Monster Hunter 2, which will give you a few extra items in your item box and more starting Zenny. You'll be able to purchase more items.
Yeah, so Zenny is the currency, and what we're doing here is the granny, when she's standing down below like that, will let you purchase weapons without having materials. We're gonna have a huge, I shouldn't necessarily say huge, we have a decent list of materials that we'll need in order to craft the equipment that we'll need to take on future challenges. But right now we're starting off with a bone hammer. And the very first quest we're taking on is the collect 5 unique mushrooms. And this quest is required. There's no really getting around it. But we're not rushing to the end of this quest. There's going to be a few materials that we're picking up while we're out and about and gathering. So this first locale is the jungle. It does have its own unique quirks. It changes a little bit between the daytime and nighttime version. And that's one thing that's unique to this game. And we'll touch on once it actually transitions, but there are different times of day and different seasons. It's one of the things that would go on to inspire Monster Hunter Wilds for those of you in chat who are familiar with Monster Hunter Wilds. So this is the first mushroom patch. As you can see, we kind of ran out of stamina there. And that first bar up top, that's your health. The bomb bar is the stamina. Stamina kind of dictates whether or not you can dodge and whether or not you can run. The little knife underneath there is sharpness, and we'll be touching on sharpness a little bit later into the run.
Didn't have great luck with mushroom gathers there because he gathered 3 blue mushrooms and only 1 unique. It's fine. I have to.
We're
plenty of time
looking
to gather
for we're
items.
looking for 2 drops. It's the blue mushrooms and then the unique mushrooms.
いや出ないですね。
Any other items that we get aren't particularly useful for the run.
まあまあ、まだね、最終ポイントにいく
But again, we need a total of 5 to wrap this quest up.
大丈夫かなと思いますけども、まあこの時点で
A
ね、
quick question though.
ちょっとあんまり
Yeah,
うま
sure.
くない方のキノコ最初
On the schedule, I saw it said Monster Hunter 2, and then in brackets it said DOS. And I didn't think it was a DOS game. But does that stand?
No. They're just a little fuddy, and they put DOS in the title. It's embedded in the 2 on the cover for the game as well. Just like for the 3rd Monster Hunter game, they include try as part of the title.
Oh, I see. Right.
They're just doing something different. It's not actually a DOS game.
No, I
we didn't get the
was just
Bullfango
curious.
pelt. Oh no. So what we're doing here is, so the small monsters that spawn when you enter an area can be reset by re-entering the area. And what we're looking for is Bullfango hide. I'm pretty certain we just got raw meat there. Monster Hunter 2 can be a little RNG dependent, so the gathering points and what materials you get from monsters, they come from a table, so you're not necessarily guaranteed to get the things that you want, and there's not really an easy way to manipulate the drops, I mean, beyond attempting to enter the table in the first place.
ああ、よかった。
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
はい、一安心ですね。
And the reason we need that Bullfango hide is it's for one of the village requirements. So unlike some of the other Monster Hunter games, there's going to be some deliveries that we'll have to make. We're helping, the story of this game is we're helping improve this village. And so different characters within the village are going to ask for different items. Because this is an any % run and our goal is to get to the credits as quickly as possible, we're not going to be engaging with all of the systems that you would engage with on casual playthrough, because there are benefits to enhancing the entire village beyond just getting to the credits.
あ、出ないか。
The village is mainly split up into 3 to 4 parts, and we're only really going to be focusing on 1 to 2.
まだまだキノコ採取ポイントありますんで。そしてキノコ以外もね、まだまだ採取するものはあります。このヤオザミも。
And this is again the same thing. We're going to be dealing with these smaller crabs to try to get a shell that we're going to need for one of those deliveries.
1段階目を当てる。
So that's where I was saying, like, we're not necessarily, even though we could end this quest as soon as possible, it is an opportunity for us to get more materials than just the quest rewards. What we're trying to do here is bait out that hermitar. That little puff of smoke indicates that's hiding underground, and unfortunately we didn't successfully dodge through its swipe. You have a small invincibility window when you dodge. But we did successfly take it down. Believe, is that it?
No, that's not material.
Okay, so we're gonna have to reset this zone too. It's not the biggest time loss to be resetting this early on small monsters. It's really the larger monster drops. Yeah.
Yeah, when we get to the large monster carves, they can be a bit more tricky.
Such a bigger time commitment.
このクエストでスムーズに小型モンスターを狩るためだけに今このボーンハンマーというアイテム武器を購入しています。
Nope.
初期装備のハンターナイフはあまりにも弱くて1匹あたり数十
There should be another one here.
ではないです。はい。
Unless I'm thinking of a different.
こちらのエリアに寄ったので、今採掘もしておきました。今取れた陽光石というのも後々必要なアイテムになります。
For a lot of beginners, these crabs can be rather challenging. The hammers particularly good at dealing with them because it applies a status condition known as knockout or KO. And you can also apply it to large monsters, but it prevents the creature from attacking back, which is the big thing.
進められるようになる青キノコとファンゴの毛皮っていうのは取れてるんですけど、まあ、ヤオザミの素材、これも絶対必要なものなので、この狩る時間分だけどんどんロスしていきます。まあまあこれがちょっとロスのなかなか大変なところではあります。
これ別に本番の魔物とかじゃないんですよね。これが平常点です。これが当たり前の世界が、これがモンスターハンタードスの RTA となっております。はい、出ません。
Wow, we are getting really unlucky.
Another sharp
That's so
claw
unfortunate.
again.
Yeah.
The shell we're looking for is a 27% chance of obtaining it per crab we
ここ
kill.
は本当にヤオザミの群生地となってますので、ここで乱獲しながら縦ガニの昇格。
The good news is there's not really a shortage of hermitars to deal with.
ヤオザミは今みたいにね、移動速度もなかなか速くて、初心者ハンターを。
They're pretty abundant though. Depending on the area, we may.
あれ
Oh no.
Uh-huh.
Oh no.
たくさんいるので1匹ずつ釣りたいです。
そうですね。
これは多分。
And that's where like the speedrun can. At least when you're doing this,
力尽きちゃうんで。
in a
This area
non-live
in
setting, you'd
particular
be
can be a little
resetting.
dangerous due to how many crabs there are.
はい。
Yeah,
むしろ2枚抜きできそうですね。
これをちょっとタイミングを見計らないと危ないので、こうかな。
we're setting a decent number of times.
はい。
All right, hopefully this is it.
どうだ？あ、出た。よかった。
No, that's
There
the
we
one.
go.
はい。これでようやく次に進めますね。まだ
Thankfully, we only needed one of
集
them.
めるべきアイテムは残っています。いや
As it chases him down.
まあ悪い方の運ではありますね。これはちょっと。
The other reason we were mining back there, there's an ore that you can obtain, but it can only be obtained during the daytime. To explain the day-night cycles, it's 20 minutes each in the offline mode. So if we spend a little bit too much time, we're gonna end up transitioning into nighttime. Ideally, in a speedrunning context, we aren't waiting nearly that long.
虫苦手な人はちょいついてください。
はい。
But our goal is, while it's the daytime, to do some mining runs to get the sunlight stone that we'll need. Right now, we're gathering for mystery bones. It's one of the material requirements for the next hammer we'll be upgrading, or rather, forging and then upgrading.
And the hammer we'll be using for most of the run.
Yeah, there's really only two hammers. It's this hammer and then the big bone hammer, which we'll make.
There are other hammers, but they're a little bit harder to craft. And not really worth the time sink for this run.
こっちが採取してる時に限って近づいてきて、こっちが攻撃しようとしたら離れていくっていうね、そういう性質を持っています。やばい。
ちょっとこれは処理するか。でも死骸が。
The flying bugs there tend to respawn pretty quickly. The advantage of having killed the previous one, we have to be a little careful here.
今謎の骨いくつですか？
If the bug doesn't explode and it drops to the ground, it takes a little bit longer for that other bug to respawn. See, it's still got its corpse there. It just leaves one less enemy to deal with.
あとさっき解説しそびれたんですけど、陽光石なんですが、本作には昼夜の概念がありまして、特定の時間帯じゃないと取れないアイテムというのが存在します。
And right now we're still looking for those mystery bones for the hammer.
昼じゃないと採掘が
Not mistaken.
We'll still need. I think you only needed the one more mushroom. You might need one more.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
3キノコもまだ集まってないんでしたっけ？
Wasn't keeping close enough eye on his inventory.
はい、失礼しました。
Yeah, we'll be coming down here though, running across.
The spot he was gathering bones at, there is a chance that you can gather all the bones you need from there, but this is a backup spot in case you run out of gathering chances.
にじり寄ってきてます。やばいですね。
これは倒してもらうのもありですね。
そうですね。あはい、という感じでランゴスター確率で麻痺をさせてくるという 効果もありまして、はい、ちょっと本当にドス当時やられてた方は本当に身に覚えがありすぎるんじゃないかなと思いますが。
Oh, we're still gathering mystery bones, which is good.
Well, he just got his 9th mystery bone. He's just gonna cart to get back to the camp faster.
So you do lose about a third of your Zenny total for doing this, but there's not really any repercussions beyond that. Outside of the fact of like if we cart a total of 3 times, the quest has failed and we'd have to attempt it again. But it kind of works as a fast means of transportation back to this camp. You don't have to go running through the zone.
So what are we looking at for a short-term goal in this game? Are we collecting stuff or just doing other things until they unlock an area later?
So there are a few different parts because you have quests. There are mandatory quests that you have to complete, and then there's also delivery objectives that you have to give to the town. This quest, we spent a lot of it gathering materials for the first 2 delivery objectives.
And then the other thing that we're kind of managing in tandem with that is the materials that we'll need for the equipment that we'll be using to take on those harder quests. So the sooner that we get materials for the equipment, the faster things will go. And I'm pretty certain we'll be changing hammers here relatively soon.
Yeah, we got the 9 mystery bones that were needed. 3 for the initial craft and 6 to upgrade it.
And it's one of the benefits. So we were talking about earlier about having save data from a previous Monster Hunter game to get some bonuses. One of the benefits of doing that is we'll have the money for these upgrades. Money's a little bit scarce early on, and it can be a little tight if you're playing doing a casual playthrough. But if you're not crafting a whole lot, it's not too terrible. But this does save some time.
We have some doubters in the chat, I think, because I believe the ending of this run is when you kill Lunastra. That's correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Is that possible in 4 hours?
Yep.
Yes, it is well possible within 4 hours. There's actually been... Ark is not the only one to have done a sub 4 Lunastra. I don't know necessarily what RNG will encounter along this run, because a lot of this is drop dependent. Again, we need a key few materials in order to progress. And depending on whether or not we get stuck obtaining one of those, it'll extend the timer out. But if everything goes well, it's definitely possible to do it in sub 4.
Yeah, I guess it's like a lot of speedruns is focusing on like the task you need, or the item you need to just beat the final boss or something.
Yeah, we've got our strategy for the final boss. The monster's behavior isn't necessarily the hardest part of this run. I mean, it'll be a factor for sure, and you can definitely mess up. But the strategies that Ark's can be employing help mitigate the regular RNG that you'd be dealing with. So we'll start off with hunts feeling somewhat similar to what casual players or non-speedrunners would do, and then they're going to start to deviate further and further from the usual casual runs. We'll be using some unconventional tools to deal with some of those harder challenges. So this first large monster is Boldrum. He has 2 attacks. He'll charge at you, and then he can sort of wiggle around and smack you if you're behind him or to the side of him. We're going to be saving some time by capturing him. And luckily this quest gives the materials for capture, so Ark didn't need to craft them. And this is the KO we were talking about. The hammer's an impact weapon, and for being an impact weapon, the more times you hit a large monster on the head, the more the KO status will be applied. And this is one of the things to look out for. Oh, there we go. When he falls over like that without the stars, it's a good way to keep track of where he's at health-wise, because monsters, unlike other video game bosses in the Monster Hunter series, they don't have health bars. So there's some health variance there, and you look for certain behaviors from the monster to kind of make an approximation on how healthy they are. With Bullfango, or Bulldrum in particular, it's one of the monsters that you can capture. So there's a certain percentage of its health that after it's gone down to that percentage level, you're able to use that trap and use some materials called trank bombs to capture it. The advantage of capturing is it saves you that time that health is worth, but it also deposits all of the materials instead of having to carve the materials off the monster. It puts them directly into the reward screen. We are looking for one drop from Bulldrum. It's the Bulldrum hide, but beyond that, I don't remember. Does he drop bones as well?
Bulldrum, you can carve giant bones off of them, as well as get them in quest rewards. And there's Bulldrum hide that we need. We only need the one though, so we could just sell the rest.
今の時点で0個だと、結構めんどくさいですね。ちょっとね、この後、他のモンスターでも出るし、あと特殊な入手方法で入手できたりはするんですけど、ちょっと余計に考えることが増えちゃうんで、あんまりよろしくないですね。はい。今のところ運には結構負け続けてます。
So we're coming up to one of the more strict material requirements. We're gonna need a total of 3 Velocidrome, I believe. Claws or hides?
We need 3 Velocidrome hide for the request.
はい。で、いらないアイテム売ったら自宅に入り、ベッドで熟睡して夜にするんですが、その前にあれか。今使わないアイテム。この後使うけど今使わないアイテム。
I think we miswrote this. I'm pretty certain it's claws.
Decent bit of RNG here. If you get unlucky, you can get stuck here for a little bit.
元からあるいらないアイテム。
So we're doing some inventory management here. You can sell some items outside of your box. And we'll be doing that to sort of arrange the inventory, but also to have some spare money for buying more stuff and switching seasons. So it does cost money to do this. What he's doing is he's switching it to nighttime. And as I mentioned before, the locale kind of changes depending on whether it's day or night. This quest can be taken on during the day, but Ark is opting to deal with the night iteration of the map and night spawns. So we're looking for, one of the reasons we're switching it over to nighttime is we're looking for a drop, a unique drop to the nighttime called the Sunset Herb. It's kind of like the Sunlight Stone where, again, it only shows up during the night, whereas the Sunlight Stone is only during the day. And we'll need that for the Combo Master's request, which will be coming up here in just a little bit. So we're not going to be capturing here. Velocidrome doesn't have a whole lot of health to deal with, and we already have an upgraded hammer, so this should be pretty quick.
And unlike most other monsters in this run, we will be killing Velocidrome, as you can carve Velocidrome claws from killing him, but capturing him does not give you any chance at them. Instead of, I think, quest words might also have it.
在庫が補充されていくので、近づいてきたやつだけ倒していきます。ちなみに被弾を小型モンスターの被弾を減らすためのポイントとしては。
So the camera's a little bit of a physical object here. As you can tell, it's a little bit closer to the character. So when you're up against these walls in second generation, it's important to keep that in mind. because when you get knocked against walls and that sort of thing, people can get pretty disoriented. And the reason he's positioning it in the way that he is to keep track of those small monsters so they don't interrupt him.
はい。で、1箇所につき、なんだ、この採取ポイントは6回まで採取できるので、それも意識しながら採取していきます。
There we go, there's another one.
来ちゃった。来ちゃった。来ましたか。ランポスが。ランポスがね。
No.
おとなしくして。
No!
追加で3体ぐらい巻くのかな。こ
れは1回通るか
な。3個。
これで終わりなので。終わりか。よかったよかった。
まあ3個で揃いませんでしたと。はい。ただまだ採取ポイントあるので。
So we can't necessarily, unlike the small monsters, if we re-enter the area, we're not going to be able to reset the gathering points. Those are kind of fixed on a per quest basis. So we would have to take on another quest at night in order to get the sunset herbs. Ideally, we don't end up doing that, but it's a possibility.
はい、エリア2に来まして、こちらにも落葉層の採取ポイントが2箇所あります。すぐ揃うといいですね。あ、はい、今回ハンターのボイスを7にしたので、一部の人には伝わるかなと思うんですが、ホッハピャウで有名なボイスになっております。この日ね。
Looks like the Velocity Prayer being a little troublesome here.
武器で攻撃する時のボイスとか、被弾する時のボイスが結構面白いので、
Bad gathers.
僕は好きです。あ、出ないか。
Oh no.
で、分かりにくいんですけど、この草が、あからさまに草があるポイントのちょっと隣、そうそう、この辺にもう1個採取ポイントがあります。これなんか
So a lot of these gathering points, they do have some subtle indicators on where they are, but it's not quite as apparent as some of the newer titles. There's not going to be a giant interact button over them.
なるほど。こうなると、まだ行きますか。
You'll kind of have to know what to look for, and a lot of this stuff is kind of taught either by communicating with other hunters or by, I mean, you could obviously look up external resources, or just going out and discovering things for yourself, because you can kind of spam the interact button.
ちなみになんでここまで必要に今採取しているかというと、
The only time that changes is for mining points and bug gathering points. If you have, because you have to have the item highlighted in your item bar, there'll be an X over it if you can't gather, but when you get to a gathering point, it will change to the full icon. You can also use that as an indicator, but for regular gathering points, you don't need tools for.
It is definitely a skill that you'll develop as you play these games. We ended up completing the subquest. That's funny. So there are main quest objectives, which are the required objectives to complete the quest, and then there's some additional objectives that you can complete, and it'll give you some bonuses like materials and money. In Monster Hunter 2, this is the very first game with subquests. There's 1 to 2 subquests. There are a few exceptions where quests don't have subquests and have additional objectives, or just none at all. But if you're not looking to commit to a full hunt, or you're not required to do a full hunt, you can definitely end via the subquest.
村にいた時の状態にアイテムの状態が戻るっていう形式でしか基本帰れないんで、他のサブターゲット機関っていうのを使うと
Poor Velocity
持ち帰れるっていうメリットがあります。
So the tool that we just used there is a flash bomb. It's particularly effective against these small monsters. It works a little bit like the hammer stun. It's not quite as not quite as powerful.
最悪ですね。これは
And that's a weakness sign for Velocidrum, so when he gets weak, he'll kind of take off and run away. It's not particularly ideal. What we were looking to do there is keep Velocidrum stun locked. Luckily, despite being fast, he's not crazy, so once you enter a new area, he kind of spawns a little bit further back, and it takes him a minute to start running again, so you don't have to chase him down too hard.
Open up chat to see a few questions. Sometimes there'll be used flash bombs to make for easier gathers, but for the most part, we're just saving it for the large monster to make it very easy, so you can just focus on the large monster rather than having to deal with both the large and the small monsters at the same time.
So there's not a reduced effect for using a flash bomb multiple times in second generation. That'd be implemented later in the third generation. But it does cost us resources to create those flash bombs. It's not necessarily a free tool that we can consume.
Another person in chat mentioning repeated use of flash bombs have a decreased effect. That is not the case for second and first gen Monster Hunter. That was changed in third gen, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, be with Monster Hunter Try.
And I know someone was asking if there was a Monoblast percent. There isn't. There's instead Chameleos percent, which is the final monster of the village. That is a much longer run.
Yeah, the two main categories for Monster Hunter 2 are any percent where you get up to the credits, that's after you slay Lunastra. And then there's Chameleos percent, which would be completing basically every large monster progression-wise. There's some other large monsters that aren't necessarily required, but for the most part, you'll be slaying the non-variants of every monster. Yeah, in Village. It'd be really, really crazy if somebody came up with a speedrun category to complete all of Monster Hunter 2's content. Monster Hunter 2 is a huge Monster Hunter game.
ただドスランポスの移動パターンは決まっているので、決まっていて、それは奏者は把握しています。ものすごい勢いでエリア移動を繰り返していくんですが、追いかけるんではなくて、その移動ルートを先回りすることで。
We will be sticking with Bonehammer for 80% of the run, I think.
Yeah, we'll actually, after we drop it part way, so it will get dropped at some point. We'll pick it up again for a quest. It's a very useful hammer. It has a disproportionately large attack stat for how early you can make it.
このツタの登り方も懐かしい懐かしいですね。
And if I remember, for Chameleos percent, it's used even more.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just some really good matchups for Hammer. It's not to say that we will only be using Hammer. There's going to be another weapon that we switch to later on. But unfortunately, we didn't get all the materials that we needed from Velocidrum, so we're going to have to do it another time.
Thankfully,
the reason we're positioning
one per quest from the quest awards.
The reason we're positioning behind Velocidrum, usually when it's done getting dazed, it kind of pulls back a little bit. It makes it easier to land those golf swings. A lot of these hits that Ark is throwing out, he's making it look very easy. It's not particularly easy to control the character this well.
Someone's asking what the world record is. I believe Ark has it, and that was 333.39. No, 333.29.
Yeah,
but usually runs What, between 4 and 4.5 hours, depending on
Yeah,
RNG?
somewhere in that range.
That's
The
accounting
three-
for bad luck.
Yeah, the 330 range between like 330 and 4, that'd be really like pretty good luck. We're not quite at that luck level.
What? You mean the 9 crabs wasn't lucky?
Well, it's the fact that we had to repeat the Velocidrome quest in particular.
That too.
Okay, so we got another claw, which is good. Closing this out. Yep. So there are some end screens we have to go through after every quest. They kind of inform you on how much money you're making and then what the size of the monster is. They're not particularly relevant for, I mean, the money is, but the size isn't particularly relevant for the any percent run. But it does have some additional objectives when you're playing through the game casually.
なるべく頑張りますので、あらかじめご了承ください。
はい。それで言うと、この次のイアン・グックが、この序盤では一番、ね、バックアップデータを使わされる危険があるんじゃないかと思いますが、まあ、出発する前に。
So what we're doing right now is selling some additional items.
A lot of time can be saved from menuing fast, both in between hunts and during hunts, especially towards some of the later fights.
And there we go, we just turned in the first 2 item deliveries. And that's what the materials we had been accruing are kind of leading up to. And again, those are mandatory for progression. So what we're doing right now is we're saving back to menu because we do not have a quest we were looking for. No, it is not hammered throughout the entire run. It is interesting. Monster Hunter 2 has had, I want to say over the last couple of years, has had some major changes to how you route which weapons you're taking and that sort of thing. The Big Bone Hammer has been there since the beginning, but it wasn't necessarily the first weapon players opted for. All right, there we go.
And I will add one thing for when you're cycling quests. You have 2 options when you hit quit in the start menu. You have quit to main menu and quit to mode select. We're using mode select because you don't have to reselect your character from the main menu. You can just reselect village, go back in.
Yeah, it's a pretty good time save. So normally in order to change quests, you can either go back to mode select or you can hard cycle by going on a quest and returning. Mode select is, in general, much faster for cycling these quests than going out on a quest. When we're climbing this vine, in particular, we're feathering that speed up button where he climbs a little bit faster. If you run out of stamina while doing so, you'll fall all the way down to the bottom. It's a little bit of a trap that new players fall into.
で、先ほど、大イノシシの皮とドスランボスの爪を渡したと。なお、その素材を納品したお礼にハンターに渡されるのはたったの120ゼニーとなっています。非常にケチですね。まあね、ちょっとハンターにお金を出し渋るぐらいこう頑張ってお金やりくりしてね、村を発展させようとしてるのかなと思いたい。はい。はい、ということで皆さんご存知のイアン・クックです。
So this is going to be our first, I guess, winged monster we'll be fighting. This is Yan Kutku. And so the monsters we've been fighting up until this point, they don't have as complex hit zones. In order to knock out Yan Kutku, we're going to be, we need to aim for the head. And it's a little bit tricky to position to do so. So there's some animations we're going to be looking for to do it.
夜に戦うのが有利となっています。あーっと。
手にが出ちゃった。
That's unfortunate.
It'll become apparent here since this hammer only has yellow sharpness. Yellow sharpness works a little bit different than the sharpness levels above it, where depending on what part of the animation actually hits the monster, you'll either get a small benefit or you'll get penalized for hitting early or late.
Yeah, so we're managing not only what part of the creature we're hitting, we're also managing when in the attack we're connecting with the creature. It's not really a factor for sharpness levels above green sharpness. That's a good opening. Oh, usually it's pretty guaranteed if we get the stagger on the first hit to follow up with a golf swing, but this is a taunt, so this is a free opening. To briefly explain what a hit zone is, it's a part of the monster that has a value associated with it. So if you hit it, you'll do a certain percentage of damage. So when we're talking about certain parts of the monster being weaker than others, that hit zone has, again, a value that just takes more of the damage than otherwise. When you accrue enough damage for a particular part, it's going to stagger. So if we... Yep, right there's a stagger. It's unfortunate timing. Stagger management's a little tricky because we want to be lining up certain animations because you have animations for attacking. The monster has animations for doing its own attacks, but also for flinching. And we're trying to get those to align. No! Yeah, Kaku can be a little challenging. It's really tempting to exploit its head hitbox, especially with hammer, because we're looking for those KOs. But it can charge, and by doing so, we've carded. So one of the things that we've done here is we've paintballed Yankatku, so it has this little dot, and that's kind of indicating where Yankatku is in the area, so if it decides to leave the area, we'll know. And again, this is one of the benefits. So had we gone back to the nest there, it looks like Katku is already left. And so we'd be wasting extra time for not paintballing it. And it's going to be landing here in Area 7. We're clearing out some of these small monsters, so they're not nearly as big of a nuisance. So now the tricky part here is, if you take a look at Katku's ears, it is low. Yep, there we go. That is unfortunate. There's certain indicators for how healthy a monster is, as I mentioned earlier. Katku has two. It's the ears folding back, and it's also its limping animation, which it just did. You have a very brief period, if it's outside of its nest, to attempt to kill it or capture it. And so right now it's returning to the nest, so we're actually going to have to follow it. Usually this segment doesn't take too terribly long, but it is unfortunate that Kaku has decided to move this much.
Hope his RNG's not too bad.
And again, that's where you can control some of that behavior. There's definitely ways to do so. But monsters can be incredibly unpredictable. And we're hoping to get a webbing here. We'll need that for a request. And so when you kill a monster, you can carve it. So I know that we weren't carving the Velocidrome earlier and we captured the Bull Drum, but this is what it looks like. Yep.
We won't have to
And we've gotten lucky, which is good. Yep.
We won't have to repeat cucking like we did for Velocidrome. Thankfully.
There's a certain number of carbs you'll have for depending on the monster. And it's beneficial to get them. You can sell them for money. We do have a fixed amount of time after we've completed a quest before transitioning back to the village. So this is a really good opportunity to do some resource gathering. We're mining here. One of the resources we're going to need for one of the future weapons is iron ore. We need quite a bit of iron ore. So any opportunity we can get to get said iron ore, we're going to be taking.
操作感がかなり違うので、
そうですね。
ちょっと言い訳なんですけど、はい。
はい。まあね、一周で終わったんで、まあよしとし
それが
I just missed that. Did we grab the flame sacks? Is that what happened?
I missed that as well.
So there's an item that Kutku can drop that is useful in the run. In order to craft a larger tier of barrel bomb, the flame sack drop can be useful. I'm not entirely certain if we obtained it though. I did unfortunately miss it.
ちなみに調合とは複数のアイテムを合成して新たなアイテムを生み出すというシステムです。モンハンワールド以降のモンハンとは違って調合成功率というのがありまして、
There's the webbing. Ah, it was screamers.
失敗してしまいます。それを対策するために、調合書というのが売られてますので、それを買いますと。すると調合成功率が、上がってくれます。
Kutku should drop those. Losing my mind.
またこの調合屋という店、なかなか
So we're buying some books of combo. For those of you who haven't played a Monster Hunter game before, Monster Hunter World, the books of combination help you increase your combination success rate. Combining had a chance to fail, and if it did fail, you'll receive an item called garbage. It's a little rough when you obtain a garbage, but it was a bouncing tool for ammo for bow guns in particular, and for some of those stronger items back in the day. So you don't start off, well, you don't level up your character in this game. You'll gain resources as you progress that will assist you in different ways. And one of the ways, one of the things that you'll unlock that will assist you in the future is these books of combo.
ということで季節が変わります。本作昼夜の他に季節システムが存在してまして、ゲーム開始時の温暖期とその次の寒冷期、繁殖期とリアルタイム経過で変化していきます。
Okay.
今から行く砂漠のクエストは寒冷期か繁殖期じゃないと受注ができないようになってますので。
So we're on to the next set of quests. I believe this should either be Gendrome or Sephirodrome.
It should be Sephirodrome. We did have change seasons there by resting at the bed, which cost more than just changing from day to night. It's too hot to go to the desert during the summer or warm season.
So the seasons not only dictate, it's like the day and night cycle. The seasons are an additional state of time. And they're going to dictate what small monsters spawn, what locales you'll have access to. So as Adam mentioned, it's too hot in the warm season to visit the desert. It's also too cold in the cold season to visit the mountains once we get to the mountains. And so one of the reasons that we're season cycling is to open up some of the quests that we wouldn't have access to in a previous season.
誰に言われてんのみたいな。ハンターの心の声なのか、本当に誰に言われてんのそれみたいなね。ちょっと独特なメッセージで、個人的には好きです。
You guys mind if I jump in here very quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, you are watching RTA in Japan, the English Restream of RTA in Japan, and they're raising money for Medicine Sans Frontier. I'd just like to tell everyone that thanks to all these amazing runners that keep coming in under estimates, they've had to add another run to the stream. So instead of the next run. What it was now. I've lost the list. Yeah, so after this run, we'll be having Romancing Saga 3, no repeater tech percent, with an estimate of about 3 hours and 10 minutes. So if you are a fan of the Saga series, I was trying to say Saga Frontier there, but it's Romancing Saga 3. If you're a fan of that game series at all and know anything about the game or the run, we are still accepting commentary for anyone, like the great commentators we have here, Alpha Divine and Adam. If you would like to join in and talk about any game on the list, feel free to sign up. There are sign-ups in the chat. Thank you very much. And back to these guys.
So one of the things you'll notice with Cephadrome that we weren't necessarily doing with Kutku is even though it's beneficial to aim for the head, this is where we're, again, talking a little bit more about hit zones. We're going to be switching between the head and the neck. The neck will take more general damage from us, but the head is the point that we need to hit in order to knock it out. So in order to mitigate this monster's attacks and movements, again, the primary goal is the head, but once it's been mitigated or dealt with, we'll be aiming for the neck because that's going to help us bring its health pool down. Another good hit zone is that belly.
And the damage difference is quite big between the head and the neck. It's double the damage.
So this is a little tricky here. We're not allowed to use potions, so we can't heal up from this. And then on top of that, if we cart, there's a little icon next to their name that has a blue sort of downward symbol. That's our cool drink. If we cart, we're going to lose that cool drink because we only have one. And then we're going to have to deal with the temperature in this environment negatively impacting us. Both hot and cold will negatively impact the player. And the heat from the desert drains our health. It does make things a little bit more challenging.
And when we can't use potions, makes it extra
yeah, there's unfortunately no recovery items. Okay, so it's going to be zoning. Unfortunately, it got away there. Now, Cephadrome has a weakness sign of, again, both limping, but that big fin on the back indicates that it is moving to its nest. And unfortunately, we don't have a paintball. Fortunately, Ark knows where it's going, or where Cephadrome is going. We're taking a minute to gather here. We're going to need some cactus flowers, and this is one of the gathering points for the cactus flower. It's a lot of items to keep track of.
And just to mention again, it was a donation incentive that was met for no armor usage and no potion usage for this run.
最速で突っ込んでいくとドスガリオスがまだ寝てないとかでこう急に襲いかかられて力尽きるっていうこともあるんで To
answer the question, Plesioth is not a required hunt for any percent. It is a required hunt for Camellia's percent, which is a little bit different, but not for any percent.
取り巻きのガレオスが本当に厄介で地上に出られると本当にこちらをしつこく妨害してくるんで
And we can see it limping over there. Once it's done limping, provided the monster hasn't noticed us, which is why we're kind of hiding behind the rock, it'll fall asleep. It's just a really good opening to do some damage. What we're trying to do is we're trying to angle for the biggest hit. It's a little bit hard to line up, but we don't want these earlier hits to come out. We want this final hit to come out. Oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. Although that is the second strongest hit as the first one. ウォーミング生肉コットアプケロスがやばい。しかも We'll be talking a little bit more about sleep a bit later in the run. But you can both inflict sleep upon monsters and they can also fall asleep. Usually when they're lower HP. Alrighty. So we had those Apsaros chasing us. One of the reasons we're exiting that area is it's going to reset the aggression of the small monsters along with their position. We unfortunately don't have enough health to be taking a whole lot of damage here. The item that is causing Cephadrome to pop out, the sand is a sonic bomb. It is called a screamer pod, or the equivalent would be a screamer pod in 5th generation onwards.
Particularly Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds. Monster Hunter Rise went back to using Sonic Bomb.
あ、まずいそれは。それはまずいって。それは無理。
Oh no, he got displaced by the head.
The golf swing hit the neck, which was nice at least, but...
It's cool to see Moss providing... A little bit of a tangent, but it's really cool to see Moss providing commentary for Arc. They're another runner, for those of you that don't know.
Just quickly, the question in the chat. English Speedrun Restreams do save their VODs on a YouTube channel. It's literally just, if you go on YouTube and type in English Speedrun Restreams, you'll find the channel quite easily. All of these VODs will be saved from RTA in Japan and, of course, other events from around the world.
Yeah, hello to any future YouTube viewers. I don't think we established this at the start, and it's a little bit important. Monster Hunter 2 is never released outside of Japan. It's had some English resources pulled into it recently from fans, but it was a Japanese exclusive release.
Are there any fan translations out for it?
There are. I assisted in the creation of one of them. It's pretty impressively put together. It translates all of the English dialogue, all the item names, some of the flavor text. It's just a complete game translation. It's from the Breakarts team. If you are interested in Monster 2, I highly recommend it. And if you're looking for...
Sorry.
So if you're looking for those resources, Monster Hunter Old School, or a community that Adam is a moderator of, has a list of resources for getting this game fully set up, both in if you're looking to do it in English, but also they host the fan servers for the online mode.
Nice.
Someone could just Google Monster Hunter 2 translation and find all the information there, yeah.
I would Google, it's Monster Hunter 2 Breakarts would be the team that did it, and it should just pull up the Breakarts page for the translation.
And for Monster Hunter Old School, you can just go to mholdschool.com.
Yeah, and there should be some guides, and MH Old School has a very retro style forum page with some links to guides for setting up some of these older Monster Hunter games like Monster Hunter 1, G, and 2. It primarily focuses on... we do talk about all the Monster Hunter games, but it primarily focuses on the PS2 Monster Hunter titles. And the PS2 Monster Hunter titles, this is another thing I should bring up, they also control very differently than the modern titles, which sort of had their control scheme established with the early portable titles, where you're using buttons to control the attacks. In the PS2 titles, and Monster Hunter Tri, depending on your control scheme, use the analog stick to attack. I know that sounds a little bizarre. Depending on the direction that you flick the stick, or if you push in the button for R3, you'll perform different attacks. It's a very tactile feeling, but it does take some getting used to. I know some players do prefer the more modern button layout, and there is a patch that enables that, but I highly recommend getting to know the original control scheme, because it was built for that control scheme, and that's what Arc is using here. So this monster's Gendrome, It's one of the monsters that can inflict you with a status condition called paralysis. So if he gets jumped on or it gets a bit unlucky, I should say. He can be paralyzed, and that usually enables a follow-up if Gendrum does decide to do so, but it can hamper you for a bit. We did get the KO. And again, with the Raptors in particular, when they get knocked out like that, we're positioning behind so that when it flinches or gets out of its stun, it'll back up and that'll align with the attacks that we're aiming for. There's a few drops we're looking for from Gendrum. One of them is the stun sack. That'll help us craft some shock traps. You might be used to yep, you might be used to modern combining. Monster Hunter 2 is a very different combination list and set of combining tables. We'll go into a little bit more detail when we start combining en masse. But we're also looking for 3 Gendrum hides, so we might have to repeat this quest a few number of times. It's like the Velocidrome quest, depending on your luck. This can be very short, and we could be done with this very quickly. But it's also one of those quests that we might have to repeat a few times.
It's not a bad thing to repeat as well.
Yeah, we are also
very useful.
Did we get all the cactus flower we needed? I wasn't.
I think we got the 3 cactus flower.
So those stun sacks, those little...
That's great.
Yep. Those little yellow vials, those are very useful for shock traps, which are going to enable us to capture some things in the future.
That was a very tiny Gendrum.
Yeah, when you get those little crowns, that indicates the very edges of the size rolls. So there's a range of sizes a monster can be. And it's pretty important to pay attention to the monster size because their attacks, there's some attacks you can dodge and get around depending on how big the creature is. And there are other attacks that like you won't have to even do anything. It'll just kind of go straight over your head.
I don't believe we got enough Gendrum hides. We're gonna have to repeat the hunt. But that just gives more chances for more shock traps. Someone's bringing up, Ludi's bringing up, Portable Second is not a Portadose. It has some things shared with Dose, but it's more of a sequel to the previous PSP game of Monster Hunter Portable. First.
It's a common misconception. So despite having the title portable, it is simply describing that it is on a portable system. But it is missing a lot from Monster Hunter 2. If you're the equivalent would be Freedom 2 or Freedom Unite. If you're playing Freedom 2 or Freedom Unite, you are not going to have even remotely close to the same any percent run that we're seeing here.
Quests will be just in a completely different order. There will be different monsters that you have to fight for progression, and it's just overall just different quest layout and run.
You're also not dealing with any of the time factors that we've mentioned here. You're dealing with different monster AI. So what we did there, I don't know how many people picked up on it. We're pre-tranking the monster, so we're throwing a trank bomb ahead of time. It takes 2 trank bombs to capture a monster. There's the KO. We're trying to get the shock trap down, and again... Oh, there we go. We're gonna have to do a little bit of damage here, not too much. Lower health roll, I guess.
There's a bit of RNG when you go on every quest, as a monster will have different stats each time of a certain potential rolls.
So they were supposed to capture the monster, right?
That's what they were
goal was
intending.
to capture it there, yeah. I mean, the good news is they've only consumed 1 trank bomb, so it's not the worst resource loss. But the shock traps that we're getting from the supply box at the very start of the quest, we don't retain those. There are certain items that go back at the end of the hunt. They're called supply items. So we were intending to use one of the supply items to capture and make our lives a little bit easier. There are different drop rates for, again, both capturing and killing, and there's some time benefits to capturing as opposed to killing. It's really up to the runner to make that determination on whether or not one is more beneficial than the other. I believe we were mining for iron ore there. Again, that's a requirement to make one of the weapons that we'll be using a little later in the run.
それとは別で体力の変動っていうのもありまして、だいたい1種類につきこう3、4パターンぐらい体力のパターンっていうのがあって、それがランダムで選ばれます。で、今さっきなんか最小の個体だとかって言ったのは、そのランダムで選ばれる HP のパターンの中の一番 HP が少ないパターンを引いたということですね。なんで、で、RT においては基本的にその、最大の体力の個体と最初の個体はあんまり引かないので、その中ぐらいの体力のモンスターが来たっていう前提でチャートを組んでやってます。なんで、さっきドスゲネモス罠にかけた後に縦3をしたのは、その中ぐらいの体力だったらあれをやれば。
Doing some inventory cleanup here. So the items, we do have a limited amount of inventory space. So it's really important to make sure that we're managing what's in our inventory and to be taking, again, mostly stuff we want to keep track of, but also items that will be useful when we go out on these quests. And we did get enough Gendrum hides between those two Gendrum. So that fulfills this next request for the village chief. And so our next quest is going to be Daimyo, and we're going to prepare for that here real quick. It's in the item box.
ので、次、緊急クエストが発生します。
I believe you'll be switching the season to the next one.
Yeah, we should be switching season and time of day. So it is a pretty big money investment, but we've got, because we aren't making additional equipment, we've got a decent amount of money stockpiled here. So now we switched to breeding season as indicated by the clock in the top left. And right now it's daytime, but we'll be switching it to nighttime. And again, each season and time of day does manipulate small monster spawns, gathering points, and what items tend to pop up from gathering points, as well as which quests are available. Now, we're taking on an urgent request, so that's a quest that's given out by an NPC. Rather than being a part of the general quest board. I guess you have to talk to an NPC for the general quest board too. That quest does bypass some of the seasonal restrictions, but it's very clear that there's a reason that we're changing to it, and again, it's just beneficial to be in this particular time state.
Gooks, I don't think there would be any issues with connecting online for sales, but that would be a huge time waste because it takes quite a while to connect online and then switch back to the village. On top of the official servers are no longer available for the game.
これを知らないで突っ込んでいく。てか初見プレイだと基本そうなると思うんですけど、なんかね、下手すりゃ初見プレイでそうやって遊ぶ方が過酷だったりしますね。さっきも言った通り、こう昼夜とか季節をうまくコントロールして、こう難易度を緩和しながら進めていくっていうのがこのDOSのやり方、賢いやり方になるんですが。
Yeah, the hard part with connecting online, so for those of you that don't know, there's two different modes. There's an offline mode and an online mode. The hard part with connecting online is you have to go through a bunch of login pages. For the most part, the materials that you'd be able to obtain online, they would have to save that much time, both to connect and disconnect. It's hard to justify that. Especially when, again, the requirement is to beat the offline, part of the offline. Part of the game. So the first thing we're going to do here is clear out some of these small monsters. These crabs, these smaller ones in particular, are rather rough. So when Daimyo puts up the stance where it's got its claws in front of its face, you'll bounce off of it, regardless of, at least for melee attacks, regardless of your sharpness level. What determines bouncing is the sharpness level of the weapon that you're using for melee weapons and which part of the monster you're hitting. But it is a special stance that Daimyo can do. We threw a sonic bomb there because it'll disrupt that stance. Not to say that Daimyo necessarily stays in it for the longest time. And this is where we're going to be talking a little bit about stagger management. We're going to be aiming for a very specific part. It's going to be the legs of this Daimyo, and Daimyo will topple over when we hit these legs and accrue a certain amount of damage. And there is a way to, if we're able to pull it off, there is a way to sort of chain topples, staggers. There we go. The goal is not to exceed the stagger threshold, so we could have lined up for another attack there. Oh, that's a body stagger, but we're waiting, being a little bit more patient. The advantage to charging up your hammer, while it does use a little bit of stamina, you're very mobile, and it gives you a little bit of super armor. So things like wind pressure and some light knockbacks aren't going to be as disruptive as they otherwise would be. Having said, Daimyo is still very scary when it's enraged. That's when it has the bubbles kind of frothing from its mouth. When monsters enrage, it means you've done a certain amount of damage to them, but also they get modifiers on their speed, their defense, and their attack. And it lasts for different amounts of time as we encounter some of the harder hunts. You'll notice that the duration to which the monsters are.
To add to the enrage, it's usually higher attack and higher speed, but often can lower the monster's defense while they're enraged.
Yeah, it's not always a detriment.
Sometimes it's a benefit. Now, here he bought a few pin tuna from the combiner in the village that he's going to be trading to Veggie Elder here. The way the Veggie trade for flash bugs.
Yeah. So the way the Veggie Elder works is he has 2 items he'll give you when you give him a particular item. He just requested an item. Which of the 2 items he's more likely to give you is dependent on his position. So he was standing off there in the corner instead of in the center. So he'll favor one of the 2 items to give it to you. There's still a chance for you to receive the other item. But we're looking for flash bugs to make flash bombs later on. The other thing with the Veggie Elder is there's a certain number of trades he'll give to you before he either gets exhausted or he rolls for the chance to request a specific item. If you don't have that specific item to trade with him, he's not going to interact with you. And that specific item that you trade to him does count as a trade that can lead to his exhaustion. So it's not even guaranteed that it's not guaranteed that it's beneficial to seek that item. And again, we're doing this at the end of the quest, so we only have like a minute to do all of this, but it's a minute that we're gonna have to spend anyway. Yes, the position indicates his mood is the technically the system that's going on there. Now, by position, I don't mean when he's wandering around and walking. The position is determined at the start of the quest. So in order to change positions, there's nothing you can do once you've departed on the quest other than return back to base camp or complete the quest and start again if you're looking for a different mood or position. But both of the items that Pintuna gives are beneficial. Looks like we did get flash bugs. Flash bugs, again, are both beneficial. There's actually a combination for shock traps that uses flash bugs. Again, combinations are not conventional. They do not operate the exact same way as the other Monster Hunter games in this game. So there is no Genprei Fang plus shock trap for those of you that might be aware of.
And we have the addition of triple combines.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's not just that you can combine 2 items together, so you can combine a total of 3, and that helps shortcut some of these combinations.
It helps save time from menuing, so you don't have to combine an item and then take that combined item with another item to combine the item that you want. For example, if the shock traps we were talking about earlier, you can do trap tool plus paralysis sack to make a shock trap, or you can do trap tool, parashroom, and a flash bug to make one.
So one of the items we were looking for, and I'm not sure we got it, was giant bones from Daimyo. And depending on how many giant bones we obtain, it's going to change which weapon we're going to switch off from the hammer into. Our goal is to get some of these giant bones from, I believe, Kongalala as well, which should be the next quest. So there's 2 new items in our inventory that we'll be using a little bit later in the run, but they're particularly effective against Kongalala. At night you have to be, very careful of these cats. They tend to steal items from you, and if they run off, oh no! If they run off, they do, in fact, confirm the item steal. Is this going to be a reset for that?
It's going to be a reset.
It was Book of Combos 1, and then what was the other item? I didn't quite catch it.
Did not catch the other item, but Book Combos 1. That is a lot.
Oh, okay.
Okay, expensive items. Don't really have too much money to spare.
That is incredibly unfortunate.
And what's important about Book of Combos 1, without Book 1, Book 2, 3, and 4 do nothing. So you'd be back to the base combination chance. So you just did abandon quests here to get back any items that you had before the quest.
So, yeah, abandoning quest will reset your state to what it was before the quest, with the exception of the time. So, if we took too long, it could cycle over to day, and when we abandon, even though we started in night, it would then be day. But everything else gets reset. I guess also with the exception of food, but we aren't going to be interacting with the food side of things.
So you went there and bought from the cat Felvine. Mailings, when they go to steal items, if you have Felvine in your inventory, they will prioritize that item over all of your items that you prefer to keep
なんでダッシュを入れっぱなしだとスタミナがすぐ尽きてしまうので、
So by
Yeah, it's interesting.
何も考えずダッシュし
But
て
again, coming back, he got the combos to
あそ
perfect,
こ
right?
抜けようとすると、
Yes.
スタミナ
Because
切
he
れ
abandoned
で
the quest.
また結局盗まれちゃうっていうことになっちゃうんで、まずここ
There are some
回復
some minor
最大値を
exceptions
上げつつ
on what you don't retain when you abandon, but they're mostly niche cases. They wouldn't be applicable for an any percent run.
さあどうだ、
これは楽なパターンですね
こ。のクラウチングが
Like you wouldn't keep
Now-
anything that you just gathered on the quest.
片や
That is something that is worth noting too. He had to go back to the bed to abandon.
はい、今回は比較的安全なパターン
In other Monster Hunter games, you can open up the menu and
ということでバワコンが成です
abandon or return from quest depending on the game. You actually have to take the time to physically get back to the bed to abandon. So there are instances where you can time out and instances where you can accidentally triple cart and lose the quest because you didn't safely make it back to the bed. There are also some quests that don't have a bed, but we aren't going to be seeing those in this speedrun.
いい感じの距離からスタンプを打つことで頭にヒットしますが、結構このババコンが意外と小顔で、もうちょっと近づいてスタンプしちゃうとすぐ
Again, this is where yellow sharpness is going to be a little tricky to manage.
いい感じの距離感が大事。
You can tell whether or not a hit is sort of early or late depending on the blood effects. It also, so without having a guide to show you what hit zones are effective, the amount of hit lag and the quantity of blood will indicate how weak a part is and also whether or not you are hitting a particularly well-timed or big attack.
結構レアな行動なんですけど、あんま見ないんですけど、
そうですね。今作そんなに
A lot of these hit effects actually do get
これは出してこない。
nerfed in some of the Monster games between
嬉しい。
ここは
the
こんな感じで
regional
合わ
releases.
せていきます。ちょっとなんか行動が良くないな。
でステップは
ここ縦位置入れちゃうと突進は避けれないんで。
For the person
So when he
asking-
inflates,
Oh, never mind. You go.
sorry, when he inflates his belly like that, you're going to bounce off the belly. It's not a free hit. Like even though we're standing there
こんな
waiting,
感じで
it's not just because we can get hit afterwards. It's also because it'd be a particularly bad hit zone to be hitting.
腹を膨らませてきた
You
ら
have to have a lot of patience. Like one of the things that newcomers to the Monster Hunter series will kind of stumble on is that they have this there tends to be this mentality of I need to be doing as much damage as humanly possible, and a lot of the time it takes just a little bit of waiting to see those openings to
ちょっと結構時間かかってるんですけど
safely attack
すごい
and to also hit the right parts rather than being punished.
なるべくちょっと早く怒ってほしい
For
で
the
す。
person who was asking why he didn't just go to the cat camp to recover items,
はい。
the monsters that have cutscenes, there will be a little bit different for that quest, as they'll have different positioning.
あーステップ
He's trying to follow a specific, kind of like a script for each
パ
hunt,
ターンが偏って
and having to go back to the cat camp to grab his items would interrupt that.
横振りもクラッチ
Yeah, because the cutscene won't play even though you've abandoned.
マジで
And therefore the monster position is going to be different on the map.
まあ多分次で怒ると思うんで、
そこで怒るか。
ちょっとそこじゃな
It'll
い。
also be the reason that you'll see a little bit later in the run he'll be saving at the bed after sorting out his inventory. And again, it is to if something goes wrong in those bigger quests,
でこいつが引い
it
に
is
戻って
to
少し時間が経つ
get that cutscene again and get the position again.
移動されちゃいますと。なんでなるべく逃げられる前に
He cannot use armor for this run. There was a donation incentive met. Same for he
ここま
can't
での
use
調子が
potions.
悪いのでそれがうまく通るかどうかが
Yeah, most of the time it's nice to have a little bit of defense and
今
some recovery items, but
ちょっと動きが早い
unfortunately,
ので日怒りの時にやってたよう
Fortunately,
な縦さんを合わせる
we love charity.
ので
yeah.
ため
I mean, it's a fun challenge for sure.
回転攻撃からのホームランを合わせ
You
る
just
Yeah,
have
no
to
weapon
approach
incentive.
things differently.
的にスタミナがないですね。
The new weapon incentive just not met,
ちょっと
maybe.
向きが合わない。
That would be particularly difficult because you would have to accrue enough resources to not use your tools. I don't know. Be interesting to see how the routing changes depending on which challenge goals were met.
ああ、マジか。もう終わり。
At least you don't have to farm materials for your weapons.
今まで一番下手くそですね。すみません、ちょっと。
That is true. Yeah, it's always interesting. It'd be interesting to find out like what the resulting time for a really well executed run of a no weapon run would be, or a restricted weapon run where you have to use only one weapon type. There's a few speedruns in Monster Hunter World where they've decided and committed to using a particular weapon throughout the entire any percent run. And it actually inspired me to create my own speedrunning category for Monster Hunter Freedom Unite called Not Your Granny Percent, which, much in the same vein, players can only, it's an additional challenge where players can only use a particular weapon type along with some other restrictions. And the game does play very differently depending on the weapon that you're using. It's similar to a fighting game. It's like picking a character. It dictates your moveset. It dictates what openings are safe, not safe, that sort of thing. Along with, if you're choosing different weapons, obviously they have different requirements for crafting the weapons that are available during different parts of the game. So it ate the meat there. So one of the things about Kongolala is he's kind of a glutton. So he likes to eat meat, and that meat was drugged, so he fell asleep. And one of the nice things about him falling asleep is he drops his awareness, so this pitfall trap is actually going to last quite a bit longer than it otherwise would.
なぜ眠らせた後に落とし穴に仕掛けはめたかというと、モンスターに見つかってない状態で直接落とし穴にはめると効果時間がおよそ30秒に伸びるっていう仕様が実はあって
I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice.
がちょっとまだダメージが足りなかったようです。そしてこれは逃げる合図。
So when he sniffs in the air like that, that is a good indicator that he is low and he is going to be transitioning. And unfortunately, we don't have a paintball, but I'm pretty certain he's moving to the nest. And again, these sorts of monster movements, it's a skill in the older games to kind of figure out not only where the monster spawns, but how it's behaving, where it's going, when you're not using paintballs. And then paintballs also have a duration, so if you're not careful and you don't reapply the paintball, it can expire before the transition occurs or during the transition, and it can be... You can lose quite a bit of time chasing the monster down. And that's, again, where this is more, not so much like a boss rush, like you actually go out and hunt down this creature by understanding its patterns. So we're going to put down this yellow meat is tinged meat. It's going to inflict a different status condition. This is going to be paralysis. And paralysis gives you a little bit of a damage buff, but it also completely immobilizes the monster. Unlike sleep, it's not just a single hit that will take it out of that status condition. Oh no! He got flirted on.
ちょっと本当にひどいな今日。
まあ本番ではねこういうことが起こりますからね。
That's just unlucky RNG or bad positioning.
It's a little bit of bad positioning. It's very hard to judge in these older games like how big a move is. And again, people are going to be blaming hitboxes. I usually see it as an animation thing, because it depends on the size of the creature. It's tricky to communicate how big a move is. And that
And
part
for
has a pretty
that
large.
particular moment, that was just the animation he plays when you do enough damage to enrage the monster.
Mhm.
And because he attacked him while he was paralyzed, it built up the enough damage for him to be enraged when it ended.
Had he been positioned, I think, a little bit closer to the head, he would have gotten hit by it, but you're also then running the risk, if it doesn't enrage, that he hops backwards and that you miss the trap. Each one of these items, like whetstones and traps, they have a certain amount of setup time. Like right here, it's going to take a bit, not only to put down this trap, but pitfalls take even longer to deploy. So there's a lot that can go wrong. Uh-oh.
We also have the Kongas in this area that can interrupt, as small monsters like to be ever so friendly with the hunter.
Yeah. So if you're wondering why it took one trank bomb there, he actually did throw a trank bomb a little bit earlier. And they do, not to say that effect lasts forever, but they do linger even if you die and leave the zone. Yeah, hitboxes are one of those things that you'll kind of have to judge on a per monster basis, per quest, and per size. They're not the end of the world, but they are something you do have to account for.
もう何が癒しじゃって感じですね。
Hitboxes in general in older PS1 PS2 games do tend to be more jank anyway. One or two of my speedruns involve it looks like you hit the monster, your character hits the monster and no battle occurs, and other monsters you won't even be touching when that occurs.
Yeah, there's the way I like to think about it is it's like as long as you're on the same quest, it's consistent. And if we had potions, number one, we have 3 carts to deal with, so we do have some grace that way. We don't instantly fail. But you'd have some healing that you could do to sort of mitigate those instances where you do get caught off guard. And again, in any one given hunt, that particular animation will always be consistent. The things that aren't as consistent are like what you're doing. So depending on what animations you're committing to, like putting down a trap, it's going to manipulate your hurt box. And so sometimes it's not just the attack that can catch people off guard. It's also whether or not you started an attack or started putting down a trap that manipulates how your hunter's positioned. And when those 2 boxes are going to collide and you're going to take damage. It leads to a lot of points of confusion in Monster Hunter games. And it's also something that's not exclusive to the old generation of Monster Hunter. There's still plenty of instances, even in modern Monster Hunter, especially if you're airborne. That the animation for the attack doesn't quite line up with the threat zone. Alright, so this should be Gypseros. And we're going to use a tool in this particular quest that's going to make it play very differently than a regular hunt.
And it's not a tool that most players use in Monster Hunter as well.
But it is a tool that has a lot of applications beyond just the application that we're using it here, like using it for here. We'll be using it again in this run.
結構余裕ないので支給品とかは取ってる暇がないです。さっさとこのムービー見てさっさと行きます。というかまあこのムービー中もゲリオスというか大型モンスターが動いてるんで。
So this is going to look a little bizarre, but Gypseros doesn't have an introductory cutscene. And so one of the things Ark is doing is trying to get Gypseros to enter an area, not the area he's going to, but enter a different area.
で、もう一個遅いパターンはエリア2に来ますが、どちらも繁殖夜だと、もうおとなしいモンスターしかいません。
Unless we're changing strats.
はい、今回はエリア6引けたんでよかったですね。このように未発覚落とし穴を決めたら、
So, with these larger monsters, when they fall into the pitfall is a very effective trap. It lasts quite a while. They can wiggle their head like this, and it makes lining up these head hits very difficult, and that was very well executed. He managed to knock it out while it's in the trap, and that's going to extend this trap duration.
Now there is importance.
Yeah, it also again, when they're not aware of you and they fall in the pitfall trap, it does extend that duration.
Now, as you can see here, there was importance to hitting the head other than just going for that KO. He has a little crystal on his head that he can use to stun hunters. Getting that part break can help with that.
So this is a bit of a matchup knowledge, but the reason he didn't use the shock trap there is this Gypseros has a rubbery hide and actually resists shock traps. Oh, he's not quite low enough to capture. That's unfortunate. And again, this is where you can have different stats on creatures where you might assume it's weak enough, but without those telltale weakness signs, it can be pretty tricky to figure out whether or not it's capture ready. This is another Gypseros classic. He's gonna play dead here, as if you beat him. He is not actually dead.
He's a real trickster. You have to be careful when he does play dead, because that animation he just played from waking up does a lot of damage.
If you're really cheeky, you can actually carve him while he's down, but we're not going to be taking those risks on an 80% run. Especially when the reward really isn't all that worthwhile, at least for the run's purposes. So this animation that he's doing, normally when he lifts his head high in the air, that's when that flash would occur, but because that head is broken, Ark doesn't necessarily need to worry about that attack.
Another thing you'll see when Gypseros does that little jump in the air, you'll see Ark hold R1 to charge the hammer. While charging the hammer, you are immune to wind pressure from monsters. So normally when monsters fly or flap their wings close to the ground, it'll create gusts of wind on the ground that will stagger the hunter back.
It's a pretty long stagger animation too. So when he's falling over like this and playing dead, you can't actually hit him until he's on the ground. It's not the case in every Monster Hunter game. And this is where he's limping, and we've put the pitfall trap there because we know he tends to limp towards a particular spot on the map. And it just kind of intercepts him. And again, only one Trank Bomb because we had thrown 2 earlier, so we had some build up there from before. Usually you don't want to pre-Trank twice, especially if you're on the edge of being within the how to describe this, the capture threshold. because there's a chance it gets out of the
結
trap
構
and
なん
that
か
you've
ロ
wasted
ス
an
RTA 走
extra
ってる
trank
と
bomb.
今までにないシチュエーションと結構頻繁に遭遇するんですよね。本当にローグライクみたいな感じで同じシチュエーションが2度ないみたいな。
そうですね。
それもまたこの RTA の魅力なんですよね。
はい。あ、クリア後、ここで、イーオスの毒が、まあ、毒の牙ですね、を集めたいところですね。
So I believe we do need one of these Ioprey fangs.
他の
I'm going to try to get it here in this next minute. And that's going to be for another request later down the line.
というか、
Oof.
いろんなことが起きるというか。で
Yeah, we didn't quite carve it in time. Usually when you see that first notification drop down, if you're carving or gathering, unless you're like right at the edge before it happens, you won't actually obtain the
これ結
item.
構まずい状況ですね。
これはもはや、アルバレストは、
So there are certain requests that we'll need to hit. And it's exclusive to this game. Most of the time you're doing key quests to unlock an urgent, which are like a set of required quests. This game goes even further beyond that. We're trying to help this village expand, so we need to do favors for certain NPCs who need certain materials, and the Ioprey carve is one of those materials that one of the NPCs needs.
報酬でも大きな骨ってのは出るんですね。そこで
And if you're wondering how they know that, they've already got this planned out. They don't need to look at the request to make that determination. They're just trying to prepare ahead of time. Usually it's indicated, so there's, if you notice with the cat, they have a blue dialogue bubble. There are red dialogue bubbles, and usually those indicate one of two things. Either that NPC has a reward for you, or they are requesting something that is, I guess, progression related. And now that doesn't necessarily mean that's progression related to progressing for this any percent run. There are some red dialogue bubbles. I'm not sure if we'll see them, that do enhance the village in other ways that don't assist us in getting to the credits faster.
それを対抗するために、ドスイオスが開幕必ずエリア6に向かうという性質を利用して、こちらも最速でエリア6にダッシュして、角笛をフック。それによってドスイオスが敵対状態になります。そうすることで、どのパターンを引いてもドスイオスとエリア6で戦うことができるようにします。
So this should be Iodrum.
書いてあるんですけど、発見者は僕。
Yeah, as we need one material from Iodrum. I didn't notice before, but did you get Ioprey Fang from the card?
No. That was ran out of time on the quest at the end.
短いながらもその
So again, we're going to be looking again for that Ioprey Fang, but also for the Iodrum. Ideally, we kill the Iodrum and get the required Iodrum hide, and then while the quest is ending, get the Ioprey Fang. Now this item here, the flute, draws the monster's attention. It's actually really, really good for these drones because they'll start running towards you. It saves a little bit of time. It's not a particularly, you don't have to commit to the animation for all that long.
The moment you press it, it activates, and you can cancel the animation at any time. For the horn.
Again, we're positioning behind for the stagger potentially. Yep. There it is.
縦3とスタンプっていう形でダメージを調整していきます。これはなぜ
The Iodrum's sort of defining feature by comparison to Velocidrum and Gendrum is that it can spit poison. Hopefully we won't be hit by it, but it would decrease your health slowly over time for a certain amount of time. And when we don't have healing items, that can be pretty rough.
といった形でやっていきます。
There's another KO, again built up by this hammer doing impact damage. Put the trap behind.
危ない。
逃げようとしたね。
And it had a little bit of a turn there. That's usually its indicator that it's weak. And hopefully we'll now get this Ioprey Fang.
まあ今回じゃあれかな、最低体力か攻撃しすぎか
最低ですね。
あ、最低か。通常の個体であれば、まだシビレアルに仕掛けた段階
Again, we have a minute to get this.
縦1、
We also have to hope
ため
we get
1の攻撃を2回ぐらい
decently-
入れて調整
It's
してい
not
きます。
too bad on the odds, but
はい。
there's a chance that you don't
今
get the
シビレ
Iodrum
アルに
hide
仕掛ける直前
from
に
capturing
軸
Iodrum.
がハンターじゃなくてこう別のエリアの方に向かったんで、それを見て、あ、これは体力が、捕獲ラインじゃねえや、逃走ラインに
Oh,
到
nice.
達してるなっていうのを判断して、
So when at the end of the quest, you don't take any health damage. You can still get staggered like that, which is unfortunate.
はい。毒がこれは必須、1個必須で、もう1個出るとまた嬉しいです。
Unfortunate. It's not quite what we're looking for.
結構出ないんですよね。はい。
もう間に合わないんで、アイテムセー
Oh
ブ。
no.
はい。
Oh wait, it was. I'm losing my mind.
まあ今回、
Gotta hope for Iodrum hide and rewards.
ドスイオス両方やりましたけど、さっきも言ったか、小型モンスターがね、かなりおとなしめの小型モンスターがいるの
Alright,
で、
we
比
got it.
較的やりやすいです。ただ、例えば、慣例の昼だか夜だかにすると、エリア6にブルーファンゴが3体とか4体とか出てきちゃうんで、
And we only need one of each.
まあ、本当やれたもんじゃないですね、それだと。そうね、
Now this is where things get a little tricky and interesting.
その各季節とか各昼夜ごとのもう小型モンスターの分布みたいなのを見てみると結構面白いですね。これは無理だろうみたいな。大名ザザミ戦でアップケロス3体が一緒にいるとかっていうのがね、結構しんどかったりしますが、あ、で、ドスイオスの皮と毒牙が1個ずつ揃ったので、これを行商ばあちゃんに納品したいですが、ばあちゃんは出現条件
This time we're doing something different. We're quitting to main menu because we're going to be doing this funny little feature from Monster Hunter 2. There was a connection that you can do if you have a copy of Monster Hunter Portable and Monster Hunter 2 and have a save file on both. They both have a menu option for Connect.
これをすることによって業商ばあちゃん
If your PSP is plugged into your PS2 while doing that, it will transfer certain bonuses between the two games.
で、業商ばあちゃんの品揃えが変化します。
So there's a little bit of setup that you need for this run in particular that kind of occurs before the run even begins.
もう一回連動します。これをすることによって2回連動することによって
When it comes to the PSP connection, normally you have to do those blue villager bubble requests to get the granny to show up in the village. The PSP connection forces Granny to show up with an expanded inventory of items that she can sell. What they're doing here is that they're doing the connection multiple times because it...
あ、いけたかな。はい。
Yeah, so it'll expand the inventory that she'll give to the player. And there's certain inventories we're looking for. So he's going to go check which set of items this granny is going to come and bring. And depending on whether or not it's the right inventory, we'll be doing this again.
Depending on how many times you connect, it'll change the inventory she has.
はい、ということで業商ばあちゃんやってきました。まあ、まずいらない。
With each inventory, she'll sell slightly different items. These items are not normally... Some of these items are not normally purchasable.
そうですね。ついでにちょっと今後必要なアイテムも買い
As well as we're doing that to be able to complete the request that we have to give to the granny with that Iodrum hide and the Io Prey Fang that we just gathered.
大きな翼を持って、それが現れただけで雨風が吹き荒れたとのことです。ただ居場所を教えてほしければ対価をくれっていうことで、今回イオスの毒牙とドスイオスの皮。
It's also one of the reasons this speedrun can only be done, at least currently on console. The emulators, they don't connect or communicate to identify the data on the PSP.
先ほどの業商ばあちゃんの納品を済ませたことによって、 古竜の専門家である竜神族のお姉様というキャラクターが登場します。そのキャラクターからクエストを受注して。
There is, I should say, there are some patches to get some of the benefits for connecting your PSP to Monster Hunter 2, but this particular interaction, at the moment, it's currently impossible. At least without having a console.
記者を放置してると村にやってきて村が壊滅しちゃうぞっていうので、村人全員避難する。
Thankfully, you just need the games for both consoles. This connection isn't region locked,
仕方ないんですけど。
so the hardware you do have some leniency for.
倒していきます。倒していくと言いつつも、古竜はとても強いので、今回、
Yes, Ludi Arc just did the connection.
討伐クエストではなくて撃退クエストになっています。一定体力を削ると、討伐、このクエスト中で
So we're going to be encountering
体力を削ると逃がすことができます。
our first repel quest.
はい。
So these are little tutorial quests that happen in Monster Hunter 2 with the introduction of an Elder Dragon. They are going to go by, if everything goes right, they are going to go by very quickly.
撃墜するために使います。あと毒投げ
They aren't necessarily
与えることによって
full-on hunts in the same way that
ダメージを与えるこ
that
と
other
で
quests are.
ダメージソースになる上にクシャルダウラが普段まとっている
Another thing we should note is at night the jungle rains, so we aren't going to be able to use any bombs. I guess reasoning behind that is the gunpowder gets wet, so you can't actually ignite the bombs.
はい、まずは毒投げナイフを投げるところからスタートです。
Now this tool that we're using is it's a poison knife.
確定で空飛んでしまうので、
そうですね。
It's going to cause two things to happen. Number one, it's going to poison Kashala as indicated by those bubbles, but it's also going to disable its aura. The main four, I guess, Elder Dragons in this game have a special aura that causes a bit of trouble. Kashala isn't necessarily terrible for the positioning that we'll commit to on Hammer, but it's nice not to deal with it.
でも多分ほぼ体力削れてて、あと1回これでもうちょいか。これで終わりじゃね。はい、終わりました。
And there we go.
These repel quests don't particularly have super high health,
討伐でき
so
ずに
it's very manageable.
They're mostly intended to showcase the different locales that this Elder Dragon will be showing up in.
結構こいつもちっちゃくて、
So, Elder Dragons, I mean, there's quests do kind of pop up sporadically, but Elder Dragons in particular are rather rare. And they also aren't necessarily committed to just one map. They can occur across like
そうですね、ここで一番強いのはクシャルダウルじゃなくて、なんと無限脇のランゴストが2匹いるんですよね。
with a few exceptions, of course.
そっちばっか気にしちゃうんですよね。もうクシャルダウルとか見てないです。もうそう本当ランゴスタがやばすぎるんで、今回だいぶおとなしかったんで。
If I'm not mistaken, it's mostly battle armor.
意外と多いクエストです。で光虫も出てる。おお、かなり。
Just to get a little bit raw.
大きな骨を除いていいですね。
何個ですか？
はい。結構ありますね。10個ぐらい。
10個ぐらいあるか。
これはもうかなり盤石と言っていいでしょう。
そうですね。
本当ね、味噌を生んでカバーしたいところです。今後は。
はい。
はい。
頑張ってください。ここは報酬で鋼の竜輪は回収しておきます。
Again, for Lunastra and some of these harder hunts, we are not going to be approaching them necessarily in the most conventional way.
まあおさらいしちゃおうか。大型モンスターのサイ
So while yes, it is certainly more dangerous to go without armor, there's still definitely a plan for dealing with them.
サイズ変動っていう仕様が結構ハンマーには辛いものとなっていますね。攻撃の当たり判定がハンマー結構小さいので、サイズに応じてこう攻撃を当てるための立ち位置を微妙に調整しないといけないと。
Yeah.
ただし、クエスト
This
中
should be
に
the second repel quest.
場合とか、
Now, yep, there it is in his inventory. There's an item that we got that Kashala dropped from the last quest. It's going to be pretty important at the end of this next quest.
サイズ固定のモンスターと戦うことが多いので、ハンマーの弱みが結構緩和されているかなと思います。はい、で続いて、密林の駆者を撃退したら今度砂漠。
And again, during the quest end, we're going to be trying to tackle some additional things because we do have to wait that extra minute. And this quest takes place in the desert. It happens to be pretty close to one of the things that we'll need.
先ほどと同じ爆弾類、閃光玉、毒投げ大工ですね。
So interestingly, this quest is so short that we're not taking the 2 drinks there. In particular, we're not taking the hot drink because this is nighttime. The way the cold impacts the player is it affects the other bar below, the stamina bar. And the stamina bar tends to decrease faster when you're cold. But Ark isn't particularly concerned about that. Now, this map doesn't have rain, so we will be able to use bombs, and hopefully we'll position them well enough to get them off.
多分今、
if I'm not mistaken, so it depends on Kashala's behavior, but if I'm not mistaken, Kashala went north and not south. It's not necessarily guaranteed which direction the monsters are moving. A lot of players will claim that that zoning patterns, the movement of the monster through the map is static. Can have some divergent outcomes. So normally it heads south, but there's a chance that it heads north.
Monsters will have a set starting zone that they do spawn in, though. For example, Kashala here spawned in zone 9, then went north to 7.
で先制攻撃を入れていくといいですね。これでまあかっこ悪い。帳尻が
So we did get the bombs off, and we've also poisoned it again. Again, thanks to the supply box, it does provide those.
当てることを意識するあまり距離が離れてて完全に空振るっていうこともあるんで、結構難しいですね。
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it does.
です。
At least from the previous RTA in Japan runs, they tend to be recorded later. Or uploaded. The recording tends to get uploaded later.
Yes, I can confirm any of
these
VODs from RTA Japan and anything and any other Restream on this Twitch channel, they will be stored on as VODs on YouTube channel, English Speedrun Restreams. If you are interested in checking out any of the runs that you may have missed or that have time to watch live, you can definitely check them out on YouTube.
エリア5でクリアした場合はエリア8かなにいた三歳じいさんに会いに行って鋼の竜輪を
And again, this is pretty quick.
前編っていうね
It looks like we'll be dealing with that item in his inventory either next run or next quest or the quest afterwards. Unfortunately, because it didn't head south, it's not. We're taking this time to sort out our inventory. It's not in a particularly great spot to do so.
まあね、そんなにどうなんだろうな。ちょっとアイテム枠後々圧迫するからちょっとめんどくさいんですよね、意外と。
そうですね。
また別のクエストでこの鋼の竜
And again, this is one of the skills that these speedrunners have is determining what to keep and what position they want it in the inventory. Unlike Monster Hunter World or some of these newer games, cycling through the inventory, it's not as easy as something like the radial menu. You really do want particular items in a particular order so that when you're scrolling through them, it's much faster and much more
何かという
convenient.
と、切れ味が黄色以下の場合、攻撃モーションを、始めと中間と終わりと分けた
And
時
again, we also have
始め
very
と中間で
a very
ポイントが取って
restricted
しまうと
inventory,
切れ
so
味の減少個性っていうのが
holding on to too many items also becomes a
なぜっていう
detriment
と、
because
そのモーション
we don't want to
の
lose
始
that
めと終
items
わ
or
り
have
は
to swap
ダ
things
メー
out.
ジが半分以上に半分以下に減少してしまいますと。なんでうまくモーションの中間で当てないと、きっちりとダメージは出ませんということです。モンスターとの距離とかサイズとか砂漠のようなフィールドですと高低差っていうところも意識して立ち回らないと。
And while there's a little bit of downtime, I'll just jump in and remind people that, or just tell anyone who happens to have joined in recently
ということ
that
で
you are
2回
watching
撃退
RTA in
したことで
Japan
クシャルダーラは
rebroadcast
倒せなか
on
ったもの
English
の
Speedrun
ハンターの
Restreams.
活躍によっ
And
て
after this run, we have had
この
a
ジャンボ村の危機
a
っていう
bit
の
of
は
change in the schedule.
一度救われ
There
ました
was
ね。
going to be an Onimusha run.
そして
Well,
そ
there
の一
is
方で
still going to be an Onimusha
現
run.
実
But
世界で
before
囚
that
人する
and
人々
after this
独
run, in
立
about
忠誠
two
忠
and a
実
half
公平の
hours,
立場で
depending on
国
how
領延
long
長を
these
届
runs
けている
take,
団体がい
there
ま
will
す。
be
それが
a
国境なき医師団さんです。
sorry, there is a run added to
RTA ジャパン
the
はチャリティー
schedule.
イベントとな
It's
ってお
going to
り
be
ます。
Romancing
イ
Saga
ベントで
3,
得られた
no
収益
repeater
は
10%,
税金などを差し引いた全
with an
額
ESSA
を
of
国
about
境
3
なき医師
hours.
団さんに寄付。
And if anyone is interested and would like
皆
to
様の
sign up
力
for
で世界で寄
commentary,
品する人々を
like
救って
wonderful
い
two
きましょう。
guys are doing right here,
はい。
you can
配
sign
信
up if you
の
know
サブ
anything
スク
about that
3
game
つ
or
と
any
か、
other game on the marathon you might want
無
to
敵
talk
時
about.
間さん
We
の
have
チャリティーグッズの
hosting
購
sign
入、
up sheets
あと
in
は
the chat.
寄付
Thank you
額
very
投票です
much.
ね。この後行われるゲームもまだまだ寄付額投票を受け付けてますので、そういったところでの寄付とかいうところで、貢献ができるのではないかと思いますので、ぜひ
See, he's stacking up flash bombs there, using another one of the special dose triple combines, rather than the usual flash bug plus bomb casing. It
It should also be
Atomic Stone
mentioned
plus
that
Nitroshroom plus Sap
い
Plant.
ろいろと準備するものがあるので、
yeah, it should also be mentioned that you can't combine directly in the box in this game. There are ways to sort of get around that.
今みたいにネットのトラップツールをポーチの中
But
に
it tends to be faster if you have the muscle memory for it and you know how to menu just to combine in your main
いちいち
inventory.
この先ですとこう調合素材を一個一個選ばなきゃいけないんで、隣り合わせてた方がスムーズに調合できるっていったことですね。
We'll be quest
they-
cycling again because we do not have the Rathian quest.
ので、セーブして
Did we also upgrade things?
ロードします。
I missed it.
ちなみにこのセーブしてロードしてっていうところは
Because this could also be
ゲーム
for.
終了を選択するよりも
If I'm thinking what-
なんだ町村選択、外村選択っていうのを選んだ方が若干早い
Pretty
で
sure
す。
this is just cycling for Rathian.
本来はその一旦セーブしてやめてオフラインモードやるかオンライン
Okay,
モー
yeah,
ド
it
やる
is.
かを選択する
Because we've already gotten
メ
to
ニューなん
level
ですけど
2.
も、まあこの RT においてはその
I guess I missed the
まあ
cutscene earlier
オン
then.
ラインはとっくのとおりに終了してしまっているので、この RT においてはセーブしてすぐロードするっていうのがスムーズに行うためのコマンドとして使用しています。はい、ということで、リオレイヤ戦ですね。
It should have been after Daimyo that we upgraded our tavern to level 2.
はい、しかももう運用それどうしようもないパターンもあるので、
Yeah, it was
はい
after
I wonder if that
Daimyo.
that must have been skipped by the
ここまでも
the portable
これからも
connection.
お祈りをお願いします。
Portable connection was after Ayajum, which was 3 quests after.
ここまた繁殖期の夜なんでエリア4にメラルとハイルがいます。気をつけましょう。
Oh boy.
3体ともか、これは
これはそうですね、手前の2匹と、奥の1匹がちょっとずれて突進するパターンだったので、
はい
まあ、タイミングよくダッシュを入れれば避けられるパターンでした。
そうですね。
Okay.
なんか4
So this was the item we were bringing up against Gypseros. There was a bit of a routing change. But what they're going to be using here is an item called the smoke bomb.
1匹だけが
And the smoke bomb for most players
だったなっていう感じですね。
doesn't exactly do a whole lot.
メラルに
Um,
盗まれたこともあって詳しめに解説
but
し
for this run in particular,
さて
kind of
リオレイヤ戦ですね。
makes things a whole lot more consistent.
まず一つ、ランゴスタが例によって無限湧きしますので、思わぬ事故に遭遇
We'll
し
see it
ない
right
ように
after this cutscene.
注意しましょうっていうか、どうしようもないこともあるんですが、 そして2つ目は、先行玉をこの後投げ続けて、逃がさ
So the smoke bombs have an effective range, which is why he has to use 2 of them.
はい。まずは、
And while inside the smoke bomb,
あー失敗した
oh, that's unfortunate. I was going to say she doesn't draw aggro, which really helps her putting down the trap. But we're gonna have to improvise here.
It heavily reduces the range of the aggro draw.
はい。入れられることができると。
Zark was trying to get close enough to put down a pitfall trap while Rathian did not notice us, which extends the duration.
そうですね普通にちょっと
はい。
It's not the only time we'll be manipulating the awareness of the monster. Again, one of the options for dealing with Gypsyros is also using smoke
あ、
bombs.
3射。そうですね、容量はギルスと
Luckily, Rathian's head is incredibly weak, so it's very beneficial both for KO
3を入れるとうまく。
and for just general damage to be aiming for the head.
あ、うまいですね。
So that's, again, some neat positioning there. When she enrages, she roars, and that's going to stun you. But she tends to move her leg forward when she roars, and that will actually do a small bit of trample damage and interrupt that stun that you would otherwise receive. It's actually a smaller animation to get knocked back by the leg. And it gives you, if I'm not mistaken, it gives you a little bit of invincibility.
はい、怒り死のサマーソルトは2連続でやってくることもあるので注意です。どうだ、まあ、すぐ避ければね、当たんないんですけど。
Someone in the chat is asking if there's a reason why breeding Rathian is
割と
spot
こいつ
right now.
早い段階で移動しちゃうんで、もう今のうちに先行玉準備しておきます。
I mean, aside from the fact... Go on.
あ、まだいかった。
That mainly probably just to save money because we'd have to rotate seasons.
Yeah, it's one of the... It's just one of the times that Rathian happens to show up. The small monster spawns aren't particularly bad during the breeding season. So one of the reasons, if I'm not mistaken, that Gux is asking this, monsters have, again, they have varying stats, and it tends to be Rathian's favored time, or that favored season is breeding season. So there is a chance for Rathian to be stronger. I just don't know if it necessarily saves more time, just because there's a slight chance that Rathian is stronger. The other thing hold on. So one of the items he's using is that flash bomb. The advantage to using the flash bomb in this particular situation is not only is it going to limit the attacks Rathian can perform, but it's currently preventing Rathian from leaving the area. To be very careful of those taunts, though, where she flicks her tail. Those can do a lot of damage, especially to an unarmored player.
うまいな
これね、まずいですよ。
So we're gonna do it again.
ああ、うま。危な。
Yep.
これな、今のね、レイヤー結構うまかったですね。壁に先行玉が。
And this is some of the cool parts about this game. So there are stars from having the flash effect, but also stars from being knocked out. So you get this double star effect. That doesn't really happen in all of the Monster games.
あ、これはね、どうだ？まだか。
ちょっと当て取って、
はい。
Now, again, as we mentioned, flashes don't decrease in duration in the second generation, but they're also not universally useful. A lot of people argue they are. Rathian just happens to be one of the fights where it is very useful.
Some monsters are very dangerous when they're flashed.
Most of the time, monsters are fairly predictable in terms of... Oh no. Can we get the right turn?
あ、もう、
危ね。
That's unfortunate to be...
厳しそうですね。
そうですね。
So it's just outside of the pitfall range.
判断ミスかな。
One of the things that the flash does is it lets some of the monsters throw out moves in directions that you wouldn't expect. Whereas when the monster isn't flashed, because it's targeting you, you can, at the very least, approximate what direction the monster is going to throw out an attack and punish it accordingly. Obviously, it also depends on your weapon, because what's dangerous for this hammer is going to be very different for the hammer's effective range than, like, let's say, a ranged weapon.
Are we going to
try to run all the way down? We should have enough time.
Should be enough time to talk to the veggie elder.
猫をあらかじめ掃除しておくっていう、猫口調チャートがあったんですけど、あまりにも結構猫って硬いんですよね。だからなかなか倒れなくし、復活も結構するので、
I think they're talking
大体1億分ぐらいの時間がかかっちゃうんですよね。だったらもう
So this little, as mentioned previously in the chat, this little totem here is it's a cat camp. You can actually gather there to receive some of the materials that the cat steals from you, but it would be a huge time loss. If you were really committed to a run, let's say, and you got ambushed by a cat, recover some of your items by going to these spots on the map.
結構重要だったりしますね。
そうですね。見つかるギリギリのところじゃないと落とさにかかってくれないんですよね。
そうですね。一応ね、ドスイオスでも使った角笛を使うことで安定して罠に誘導するっていう方法も。
Alright, we'll probably do it in this run then.
あれです
か、I'm assuming.
主流じゃないんでしたっけ。
そうですね。縦3が1回分減っちゃって、全部弾ヒットすると落としたの中にスタンが2回取れるので、あれはかなりもう、リスクの高い攻めチャートなんですけど、決まればもう大加速という感じなんで、ちょっと今回ね、記録狙い用のチャートなんで、ちょっといろいろ事故も発生しますので、ちょっと言い訳をさせていただきます。
So we will, if I'm not mistaken, finally be switching up weapons here.
続きまして、
buying some materials for small barrel bombs. And the way that small barrel bombs differ from large barrel bombs is large barrel bombs have to be triggered by an instance of damage nearby them. Small barrel bombs are timed. When you put them down, they have a duration before they explode. Naturally, large barrel bombs do more damage than small barrel bombs, but both are useful to have and have their use cases.
最大で13個しか持ち込めないので、さすがにこれだけではモンスターの体力は削りきれません。ですので、武器で攻撃をしてからオータル爆弾を使うといった形で組み合わせて活用していきます。
Making some gunpowder, it seems. And again, the combination rate is heightened because we have those combo books. So we're not as worried about making garbage from these combines.
Now we should be going to a new map. Now.
Indeed, yep, this is going to be an entirely new location. Also switching the time of day.
今は準備完了ですか？まだちょっとあれか。追加で調合とかが必要か。
とオータルが足りないのと、
そうそうそう。
交換は次の。
Now, with the unlock of this map, that cap you're buying items from also has an expanded inventory now.
ペイント忘れたけど、支給品かと。
Yeah, the shops are going to sell different things depending on the requests you fulfill and the state of the village. As you progress further into different facilities. They'll give you different benefits. We're not going to be dealing with, there's a total of 4 facilities. We'll be dealing with 2 of them, but we won't be dealing with the other 2. If we were doing Camellia's percent, we would have to deal with 3 of them. Actually, 4 of them. But luckily this is pretty streamlined, quite a bit shorter because of it.
沼らないようにちょっとお祈りをお願いします。ちなみにガウシカは他にも生肉とホワイトレバーとガウシカの毛皮といったアイテムも出ます。つまり計4種類のアイテムが出ます。
So this is the snowy mountains.
はい。
Naturally it is quite cold.
セカンドですと、セカンドやセカンド時
So
代
hot drinks are pretty
一
useful
番最初
here.
に来るであろう雪山ですが、ドスにおいては結構中盤に来ます。
And speaking of when we were talking about differences between this game and the PSP games, this is actually the starting map. PSP, well, for Monster Hunter, Freedom 2 or / Portable Second, and Freedom Unite / Portable Second G.
It is also worth noting that the map has different transitions that are, I guess, one-ways, if you want to consider them that. So the way you move through the map is going to be very different in the portable titles as compared to PS2 DOS. So we're looking for Enteca antlers here. We're going to need, I believe, a total of 3.
Yes.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
That's not great luck so far. Alright, there we go.
That's 1.
今作アイテムポーチが20枠しかなくて結構きつなので、まあみたいに複数の素材が取れただけでもうアイテムがいっぱいになっちゃいますね。
So, something to note is that the monster in these quests, when you're doing story progression, before you trigger the cutscene, it's not going to be moving around. It's going to be stuck in the area where the cutscene would trigger. So we don't have to worry about accidentally bumping into it too early or losing track of it, provided we, again, don't trigger the cutscene by entering the area.
はい、根気よく買っていきましょう。まあ、ちょっと初手のね、ヤゴザミよりはマシでしょうね。ここ結構ね、まあ、その、もともと1エリアにいる数が多いし、復活する数も多いので、まあ、割と良心的ではありますね。はい。で、こんな感じで、右奥に2体固まるので2枚抜きできるとうまいです。まあ今のも片方
Had a little bit of a health roll there on the other one. All right.
はい、ということでようやく
That should be all of them.
ようやくというかね、これ早い方ですね。ひどい時はこのクエストで足りずに次のクエスト
We will need to gather one more item before taking on the large monster.
それでも集まらなかったらまた
Either that or it'll be done
っていうそういったことにもなりますんで。
during the end of the quest.
はい。で、これでフルフル戦に向かいます。
So, it's not to say that every part of the map is cold.
But at the end of the quest.
So they're pre-applying that hot drink before entering what would be the cold area. And you can determine the cold areas based on the color of the area. And on top of the fact that you'll see your stamina or health bar a different color and your character will animate differently. So this is Kezu. Kezu's a little unique because all of the monsters before Kezu, they give a little icon for its awareness. Kezu is blind, so it's not going to... It will notice the hunter, but it's not going to give that that icon. And that's important for a few reasons. It changes what you're capable of doing. So when a monster has noticed you, you're allowed to perform certain actions like diving, where you then panic run away, and then if you dodge, you'll dive, and that gives a ton of iframes. You're not allowed to use that against Kazu. On top of that, flash bombs are completely ineffective because it's blind.
Kazu, because he doesn't notice you, also does not play any music. As when monsters spot you on a map, it's usually it plays the area theme.
Yeah, with a handful of exceptions. Yeah, Kazu obviously being one of them.
ベースキャンプから登っていかなきゃいけないんですけど、それしてる間に変なところに移動されてることが多いんで。
So those little noises you're hearing in the background, that's just the area ambience.
移動先を見失わないようにしています。はい。できればまたちょっとブレス打ってきてほしいんですけど、どうでしょう。微妙ですね。ちょっと。なんか。
ランコは処理できればブレードは。
そうですね。
So the paintball, from what I understand, is not just to track where Kazu is going. It's just in case something goes awry, and we end up carting here. We have a backup, because Kazu can kind of fly off in different directions when you're getting back to him.
Similarly, a somewhat dangerous quest, kind of like with Kaku. Where if something goes wrong, you don't want to lose the monster.
So right there, that stun that we inflicted by hitting the head, that disappears really fast. Status conditions, like KO, they have varying degrees of effectiveness depending on the monster matchup, and Kazu just happens to be fairly resistant to KO. But it does still extend, again, the duration of that trap.
スタンプを入れると。あとここも、そうそう、翼に結構吸われちゃうんですよね。いいですね。振り向きにスタンプ。これは、
These super pounds are nice because while they're not necessarily the strongest attack the hammer can perform, they're relatively low commitment. And again, they keep you mobile. So it looks like he'll be zoning.
大丈夫です。とりあえず爆弾を全部当てて、ちょっと様子見るって感じで。
はい、了解です。しばらく戦っているとこのように逃げ出すので、エリア6に向かいます。この時のエリア移動先は決まってますね。はい。で、
It takes Kazu quite a bit of time to zone, so we've got a bit of time to sort of prepare for him to enter the area. Things we're going to do is take out the small monsters. Tend to be a bit problematic. It's one thing that I'd encourage any player who's looking to start the game. Getting rid of small monsters, or at least thinning the numbers, it goes a long way. That and their materials tend to be useful. Not necessarily for it. Again, this speedrun, we're not using every single one of them. But casual gameplay tends to be pretty important. Oof. So, I mean, despite taking the hit there, the bomb that connected with us was not those larger bombs, but actually the smaller bomb. And I'm not mistaken, we're aiming to have the explosions happen on the legs here. Again, the different hit zones happen to have different animations when that stagger threshold is crossed. So for Kazu, if it hits the legs, He'll topple sideways. Whereas if we hit the head, it would remain standing, and it would also have a much larger window. Oh boy. Much larger window for being able to set up for the next topple. And you can see why this quest is rather dangerous, especially with that armor. Kazu can be pretty rough, especially if it decides to roar. It's one of the monsters that, if you don't have the skill earplugs, can or a guarding weapon can follow up on its roar pretty reliably. Looks like we're gonna capture here, or attempt to. All right.
Very nice.
という感じで、大樽爆弾を足元に仕掛けると、それで転倒するので、また爆
He's
弾
had a lot of routing changes for this run
起爆
throughout
して
the
転
years.
倒っていうのをループしていきました。はい。余談ですけども、このフルフル爆弾転倒はめ
Yeah,
は、
so it should be the next run that we'll be switching weapons.
RTA から
But
の
originally we would actually switch weapons at
ポ
Kazu.
ータブルの世界記録が大幅に更新される一つの理由にも
We're looking to get an item called Silver Rice
でまあ
Grass.
その
It is a food item, but it's required for one of the NPC deliveries.
ポータブルに
Um,
輸入して
Oh no.
ワールドレコードを取ったのがまあ一応僕なんですけど、
はい
Alright.
はいっていう感じで
One more.
ポータブルからとか、
Okay.
なんだろうな他のモンハン作品から他のモンハン作品へこうテクニックが
That should be 3. Yep.
輸入されるっていう場合もあります。逆にポータブルからドスに輸入されたパターンもありまして、先ほどやってたゲリオスとかリオレアで使われた未発覚落とし穴はその一つですね。はい。で、今、クエストクリア後の余った時間では、銀シャリソウっていう草を3つ
No, we only got one. We're gonna need to gather there again.
フルフルの素材でブヨブヨした皮っていうの
We
が
did
2
get
つ
the
必要
two
で、
flabby hide we needed.
これも納品依頼に必要なんですが、
Yeah.
はい、一発で揃って
So if everything goes well, we've got 2 of the 3 items that we wanted for this upcoming request.
はい、
よかったです。
そう
Ideally, you get all 3, but we just didn't get lucky on those gathers.
まあ、この一戦目の
Thankfully, we also
エリア
have
さんに
another
行って
quest we'll be
次エリア
doing
6に
in
行
the
くって
same
いう簡
map.
単な単純なんですけども、2戦
And
目
again,
か
the
らは
food item that we're looking
また
for
ランダムになってきて
drops specifically from the snowy
本当
mountains.
にね、具だったら取り返しがつかなくなってしまうんで、なるべくここは一発で揃えたいところっていうところで、はい、よかったですね。続いて、ドドブランド戦なんですが、こいつが
I have
結構
another
や
trap
ってるん
tool.
ですが、どう戦うのかっていうのはちょっと見ものですね。はい、今回も爆弾使っていくので、いろいろと素材を買い足しておきます。
まあ、どうにかとか。
はい。で、まあ、このタイミングで大きな骨が3つ揃っていればアルバレスとカイ、揃っていなければクロス。
So we're gonna have to buy ammo here. So bowguns function a little bit differently than melee weapons. They aren't reliant on sharpness, but rather
そうですね
they consume ammo.
まあ、まだいろいろ準備中なんで、先にボウガンの話をしておくと、ドスのボウガンっていうのはお金を払うこと
So we're
で
gonna start
レ
transitioning
ベルを
um,
最大5まで上げることができます。
into the
そのレ
resources
ベ
that
ル
the
を上げること
bowguns
によって
can
攻撃
require.
力が上がるだけではなくて、弾がまっすぐ飛びやすくなります。逆にそのレベルが5じゃないと、たまにその弾道がかなりブレちゃったりするっていうね、そういう仕様があるそうです。
In older generations of Monster
まあレベ
Hunter,
ルをね
the space, again, inventory space becomes a huge deal, especially for bowguns. You can stack up a lot of items, and then the combinations for said ammo that we're using
それは結構めんどくさいんですけど
can
も、
be pretty tight,
ちょっと
you can't bring
温
everything,
かく見守っていきましょう
but you're incredibly versatile
で今回、そうですね
in the、types of
鋼の
ammos you
流
can
輪
shoot
と
from
元
most
の弾
guns.
をまだ交換してないので、ちょっとそれによって普段と若干違うポーチ内容になっています。オータル爆弾作る。
Or barrel
モル
bombs.
タルと爆薬を近づける。空飲みはあれですね。モーガンの弾の調合素材になります。はい。で、さらに、眠り、空飲みに買い足す
So we're buying huskberries. It's one of the items required to make some of this ammo, along with sleep herbs and toadstools.
弾の調合素材ですね。
We can buy some of the ammo types, but again, shops are dictated, their inventory is dictated by your progression within the game. So we're not going to have access to everything. The good news is we do have access to the ammo types that are relevant and important.
ばあちゃんが下の階から上の階へとことこ
At
走って
least for
き
this run
て
purpose.
武器強化をしてくれます。
thing that we can see just happened there was when you switch equipment in this game, it does take a little while for the disc to
4回にいる
load
必要があります。
that equipment swap.
はい。
So the less you have to do throughout the run, the better, as it usually can save some time.
このハンマーをね。
And what we're doing here, so when the granny enters this top level, she'll let you create and upgrade weapons with materials. We're not necessarily using materials to enhance this bowgun, but we will be visiting the granny on this upper level to create another weapon later on.
この工房なんですけども、
And bowguns don't follow the typical upgrades of similar to
工房のレベルが上がると弟子を取る
the
んで
other
すけど、今はまだ
like
一人
melee weapons in this game. In older Monster Hunter, you were only able to craft or buy the bowgun, and then you could upgrade its attack stat, and that was it.
買い物してから
You couldn't turn it into a different weapon.
Yeah, and you can dictate whether or not it has some attachments,
加工屋の方に
like a long barrel, a silencer, a shield. It obviously depends on whether or not you're using a light bowgun or a heavy bowgun, along with the scope.
おばあちゃんを疲れさせるっていうね遊び
So what we're doing is we're saving here,
やってる人もいるかな
and the reason we're saving is if this run goes south,
まあぜひおばあちゃんをいたわるためにも
we want to revert it to before we saw the cutscene
不要なので
and to have our inventory sorted. So it saves a ton of time, kind of as a backup.
ですねあ
We can't just go back to base and
なんで
abandon.
に
It's
変えた
not.
かと言いますと
Fortunately, not quite that
ドトブランド
convenient.
戦はハンマーだと辛いからですねドトブランド結構頭の位置が高いし
Hopefully, Ark won't have to
またブランコの
to
ように
resort
ステップを繰り
to
返すので
bowling
攻
back
撃
the
が
save.
結構当たりづらいですね。まあ、とはいえ、ボーガンも相性がいいとは言えないん
And
です
again, this hunt,
まあとはいえ
as with future hunts, is going to look very different from the regular Blonganga fight.
一体どんな戦法なんでしょうか。
We're not going to be playing particularly fair.
ここはあれですね、普段と違って鋼の竜輪をまず交換する必要があります。あれか、このクエストだから結構、あれ、同時にあるから交換しやすいのか。
Does the game have any like any well-known glitches or particular exploit that could be used for other types of runs?
I mean, it's pretty hard to sequence break. So depending on the Monster Hunter game, there are some Monster Hunter games where you can do some shenanigans when it comes to, at least when it comes to progression. There's,
アイテムを使用できなかったりっていうので、
how to describe this?
崩壊することがあるんで、
At least as far as what's been discovered.
かもしれません。
Oh, this is very important. Hold on one second.
ですね
I thought Ark was going to do this earlier in the run. But what he's doing is he's trading for a very special item. It's an item type that doesn't really exist in other Monster Hunter games. He's trading for a story-specific item.
はい
I usually refer to them as treasure items.
あちょっと
Not to say all treasure items are story-specific, but it is one component. We'll need a total of 3 components to fully assemble this story
くれ
item.
も体調には気をつけて、まあ、常にうっかり水を飲まないで。
But yeah, as far as I'm aware,
あるので
there
気を
aren't
つけてください。
as many like manipulations or glitches that are super duper helpful. Like it usually goes on a hunt by hunt basis. There's not one universal one that you could apply in every circumstance. We're gonna see a bit of an exploit here though. And again, it's going to do with awareness. Awareness is very important in first and second generation. A lot of those weird monster behaviors that people run into in the first and second generation is tends to be the result of players not understanding how awareness mechanics work or how zoning mechanics work, or when you're dealing with online area hosting mechanics.
なおかつダメージも結構痛いと。おまけにこの
But yeah, Monster Hunter hasn't necessarily needed to create like a glitchless category, whereas a lot of games that have major glitches will deviate so much from regular gameplay that they'll feel it's necessary to create a glitchless category. We exited the zone there, by the way, to despawn the small monsters. So Blonganga is a pack leader. It tends to lead a bunch of small monsters, and getting rid of them just helps us remain in the position that we want to remain in. And this little corner that we have here prevents Blonganga from fully noticing the player. These status shots don't hard aggro. Right now, Ark is applying poison from a distance. The advantage of status shots, bowguns have this mechanic called critical distance. So depending on how far away a monster is, the damage you deal tends to increase or decrease. The status that gets applied doesn't really care so much about the distance, provided the bullet is still rendered. So right now it's asleep, and one of the things I was going to mention about sleep, sleep has a special modifier with bombs. Bombs will get multiplicative damage when you wake them up, specifically with a bomb. But the goal here is going to be, again, for the wake-up hit to occur with those large barrel bombs. So you want to shoot close enough to trigger the bomb, and have the bomb, again, be the one that does the damage. And because it's the bomb that does the damage, it's not going to hard aggro.
The bomb gets a 3 times multiplier for the wake-up hit on a sleeping monster.
In future Monster Hunter games, weapons will also get a multiplier. As far as we're aware, it's not in dose.
はい、ちなみにこれ怒り状態になったことで再びブランゴが湧いたんですけども、ブランゴからも見つからずに済みますね。
But again, this is where it's very important for the monster to be positioned in the way that it is after the cutscene. We're shooting some crag shots here. The way crag shots work, they have a small initial hit, similar to the status shots, but then they'll explode. It's not necessarily applying a status, although crag does apply status in later games. It applies the knockout that impact weapons apply. But in this game, we're primarily focused on the explosive damage that it's applying. But yeah, this looks very different from fighting Blonganga normally.
そうだな。はい、眠れました。で、ブランゴが邪魔なので、もう一回エリアを出入りします。さあ、こっからまあ本番なんですが、はい、もう一回エリア入って、ドドブランゴの元に行きましょう。
So when it roared there, the enrage roar, that usually tends to summon small monsters. I'm pretty certain that's the reason we're zoning. So the reason he has to back up a bit further away is because that small barrel bomb, we don't want that to be the wake-up hit. We just want the small barrel bomb to trigger the large barrel bomb. So the large barrel bomb gets the multiplicative effect rather than the small. No!
Oh, no.
Too large of a health roll.
And when it comes to those bombs on the wake-up hit, even though he's putting down 2 bombs, only one of them's actually doing the triple damage.
Yeah, it's not both bombs. It's just one. So
That's
what
why
happened
we
there?
have small barrel bomb away.
一番上だけはダメ。
Yeah, what happened there was Blonganga was outside of its capture health. We just rolled a particularly strong Blonganga. And unfortunately, this is the one downside to using the Spogun strat, is we're really reliant on those bombs and the crag shots to do enough damage.
So
we'll be
just do more damage.
Well, the hard part is the inventory constraints. Usually, what is it called? It's particularly rare that happens. Usually that amount of damage accounts for most of the health rolls. It just happened. We got really unlucky and got the one level roll that was too high.
そうですね、できてますね。なのでちょっとおかしな話なんですけど、アルバレスとカイン。
So yeah, not all strategies have, unfortunately, a backup plan.
めっちゃ弾を撃つんですよね。
This happens to be one of them. I guess the backup plan is the save that happened before.
という感じなので。
And this is another hard part, so we didn't get the quest. The quest didn't rotate in, so we'll have to go back to the mode select to cycle that quest. And again, this is where Monster Hunter speedruns are particularly RNG reliant. There's a lot of factors that go into them. And if you try to account for everything, it's going to hamper you later in the run. Your goal is to account for most things and do the best with what you've got, but accounting for everything, including the worst case scenario, is not always the most effective way to conduct these runs.
もしここで安定を取るんだったら、ドドブランゴ前でアルブレスト回を絶対作りたいということで、もう一回ドスファンゴ行くとか、なんかそういった手はある。
Did we trade on that run?
そうですね、ドスファンゴでは結構大きな方で。
We did trade on that run, so we'll have
Okay.
to trade
I
again.
really hope that they, I really hope they
Hope he
remember.
remembers.
リスクが高いという。
はい。あ、失敗した。ベースキャンプのこの今の崖から降りながら A チェーンできるとちょっとだけ早いです。
They could trade on the other,
はい、ということでまた
the next quest, but
同じこと
So the nice part about this, the nice part about this story-specific trade is it can be done on any map with a veggie elder. I should clarify. But they have to remember to do it before it becomes relevant, otherwise it is a time loss.
リセットすることでムービーをまた見ることになるので、初期エリアがエリア8になるし、その最初の動き方も固定化されるってことですね。まああとね、なんだろうな、セーブリセットじゃなくて、クエストリタイアしてやり直そうと仮にしようとしても、この DOS というゲーム、ベースキャンプに行かないとクエストリタイアができないという仕様になってますので、ちょっとそっち。
All things considered, we should still be
はい、ということで、登山。
technically ahead of schedule. I don't want to jinx things.
ちなみに、ここのエリア4の右側ですね。ポータブルセカンドシーンとかで。
I'm not entirely certain this is a 430 run
時
currently.
代だと一方通行になってまして、この今のルートじゃないと上に登れないです。
we'll see.
はい。
Depends on how some of these other quests go.
このセットアップ、
Yeah, there's two major walls coming up, like two major, pretty big material rolls that can
モンハントライジーの
be pretty hard to
解説を聞いたモンハンフロンティア勢のうどんさんという方によって、チャートが作られました。まあ、このね、ドドブランゴはとても本当に通常で、なんだろう、通常の戦法で戦うと。
Another thing we're hoping to get out of this quest, and yeah, I think it's specifically this quest is hopefully getting giant bones.
この戦法はモンハンドスとポータブルと
That would enable us to move off this light bow gun
ポータブルセカンド G で
and
対
craft
策
the
さ
other
れ
bow
まして、
gun.
ほとんどのモンスターではできなくなりました。はい。
light bowgun's kind of the backup bowgun.
ドス RTA やるまでこれ知らなかったですね。やっぱこの
Okay, once again,
ね、
leaving to despawn the small
フロン
monsters.
ティア勢のうどんさんがでもともとフロンティアでもこういう技が使われ
This
てる
doesn't work
知識があ
for
って
all small monsters, it
使えるん
just
じゃないって
happens to work
提
for
言してくれたことによって
the ones that Blongonga summons because they're not native to the
やっぱり
to the
各
area.
作品間のつながりっていうのは偉大ですね。はい、ということでおさらいをしていきましょう。このブランゴが見えたら
By the way, in order to fire these shots, you actually have to press R3, so he's physically pushing in the analog sticks to fire the shots.
6段はまあ、この一定回数
It can be pretty tricky depending on your controller unless you've remapped things.
モンスターが毒状態になるんですけども、それだけじゃなくて毒弾
A little bit
の弾自
difficult,
体
a
に
little
も
bit difficult to do on
ダ
modern
メー
controllers.
ジがあるので、それによっても
Dual
ダ
Shock
メージ
2 is
が
fairly easy to click R3.
ちなみに睡眠弾はダメージゼロです。はい、毒らせて眠らせて
The other interesting thing about bowgun bullets, as you can kind of see there, their trajectory.
まだブランコは湧いてないんでね。
For a minute there, they thought they had to zone, I think. Their trajectory isn't perfect. It can vary and tends to fall or deviate.
調合、次使う弾の調合もしつつ
Combining up some more ammo that we're going to need for this second round of
一応
applying status. Now, statuses, when you're building them up, bowguns do a fixed amount of status per bullet. But when you're building them up, the amount of status that you're going to need to apply on repeated status procs goes up. So even though we had 6 ammo there, it's not going to be 6 ammo before it's statused, as demonstrated.
このチャートのなんて
Which is why it has diminishing returns. Like, if we attempted to sleep Blongonga again, I'm not exactly certain on the ammo counts that we've brought.
全く続きが聞けません。
That's why it tends to be a bit tricky. Apply the crag here.
はい、で、鉄鋼榴弾をまた一定回数当てていきます。まあね、鉄鋼榴
So
弾
it's another thing to talk about with explosive damage. So the crag and the bombs,
仮に9発当て切った
for
と
the
しても
most part, ignore hit zones. They are affected by defense multipliers, but in terms of where they land on the monster,
あ、大丈夫
it matters for
これはね
oh dear.
これはね、こう これで
It matters for toppling the monster.
どうだ、切るか。
あー
はい、外し。
外したたな。
Oh no.
あ、大丈夫ですね。ここらも見つかんないですね。
はいはい。
Oh.
ちょっと弾のブレが怖いな。
think we should be okay.
ないのでちょっとたまに外れちゃうことが。
あ、危ない危ない。
Okay. Gotta despawn the small monsters. Hopefully they don't wake it up,
このブランコ
which is a possibility.
親玉を
That's also part of the reason they're hiding behind that wall, is when it enrages and calls the small monsters, it, again, helps prevent their
こ
aggro.
れは体力が最大ですか、中くらいですか、最低ですかと
最低であ。ってほしい。まあね、記録狙いチャートだと。
And again, we want these large bombs to be the ones that perform the wake up, so we're gonna move the small bomb back.
逆が湧いて罠を置く。で、大たらぶ弾。
And here it doesn't matter because it's not getting the sleep multiplier.
麻酔玉を
Let's just
投
hope
げ
it's
る。
not too high of an HP roll.
いや、
うわマジ
待って、マジどうしよ
Oh
Oh
my
no.
goodness.
まあどうしようもないですね。これまたやるしかないです
そう
ね。
Oi, oi, oi.
最悪リカバリーデータ使うか。
Some exceptionally bad luck.
リカバリーデータ使わせていただきます。
はい。
Do you have any idea what the chances are for like the high roll twice in a row?
So,
一回どんぐらい
so this is where levels become a little bit tricky to talk about. So the quest, each quest has a predetermined level, and that level gets modified by 2 things: the season and the time of day.
まあでも普通に
When those levels,
防具なしですから。
or when each roll occurs, as far as I'm aware, that hasn't fully been determined. We know that the day-night one occurs when the quest is launched, but the season one is not as clear. And to describe it here, let me pull up Blanganga. To describe like the difference in levels, there's some hard caps on how many levels a monster can go up or down depending on the rank. So this is low rank, and specifically low rank village. So there's like a level table where you can go up to a particular level, but beyond that level it kind of gets capped, at least to the best of our understanding. So let's say the level was I'm gonna say level 7. You're dealing with something like 2,100 hit points. At level 9, that would jump up to 2,800 HP. On top of that, it doesn't really happen as much in Village. On top of that, the defense can raise, and that typically happens in high rank and online because they have a much wider level pool. But the odds of it happening are very, very low. Let me pull up. And again, these numbers should be taken with a grain of salt. I haven't looked at the data, like, on the back end. But from what we understand, going up, like, 2 levels on, like, just a regular quest without having a favored season or a favored time of day, going up 2 levels is a 5% chance. If it's possible to go up to 3 levels, it's a 0.5% chance. So most of the time, let's say on like the most varied quest, you're looking at a 58% chance to stay the same level, a 20% chance to go up a level, and then a 9% chance to go up 2 levels, 1% chance to go up 3. There's a few more stats I could throw at it, but the vast majority of the time you are moving up or down a level, and that's going to eat up most of the time like 72% at the worst. If 2 levels would be, I want to say, like 88%. So again, to have this bad of luck, it's really extraordinary. Unfortunately, it's extraordinary in the wrong direction. And again, those are approximations based on information from official resources. They are not based on... It takes a very long time to test health values. And that's not to say that the old school team hasn't attempted to learn about these things, but they're very complex. I think there have been a few cases where people have taken quests across multiple seasons and done like 200, 300 runs without repeating RNG, and tried to determine how the health rules work, and it doesn't perfectly align with the percentages I've given, but in general, most of the time, they don't vary as much from whatever the base levels assigned, and on top of that, they don't. When they do roll higher, it's very unlikely for them to roll like, again, 2 levels higher, 3 levels higher. But that's what we're most likely seeing here.
2015年のモンハンクロス
I certainly was.
Well,
TGS で
sorry, I'm just going to jump in very quickly and say that's it from me for tonight. As your host, I will be passing it over to Pythonicus just
その
now.
場で討伐
So
でき
yeah,
た
I hope you guys have enjoyed this
発売
English
後も
restream of
人
RTA in
滅
Japan.
人
And
ディノ
sorry
バルド
guys, I'll let you
デ
get
ィノ
back
バ
to
ル
it.
ドの特殊個体の
Oh, thanks for joining
で
us.
またこう結構
Thanks for joining.
やり込んだりと
Yeah, I'm
か
also
Thanks for providing
I'll
such
be-
great
あと
commentary.
Leave me after
アイス
your-
モードでディノバルド・アシュの闘技
Yeah, no
大
problem.
会クエストがあったんですけどもその
Catch you later.
タイムアタックも結構ね
Have a good
楽
one.
しくて詰めたりとかっていうので、
Certainly was not the spot I was expecting us to
まあ
be encountering so much
今あんま
trouble.
り出てない気がするからまた出てくると嬉しいですね
What does the dose mean? It's just a cheeky way of saying two twice.
皆さんの好きなモンスターは誰ですか
Yeah, it's just like how Monster Hunter 3 is called
これ
Try.
ともね
They kind of stopped it after Monster Hunter Try, though. There's
い
no.
や僕カブトマジかっこよ
Yeah,
く
I
て
wonder what they were gonna do for Monster Hunter 4.
限界をだけ
あ大丈夫これ
あマジでマジかじゃあこれは
Uh-oh.
これは
Oh my goodness. It's all gone wrong.
Quarter of the 3/4 of the
Yep. Yeah. And this is why, like, even though it looks recoverable in these instances, if something goes wrong,
本来はあれでもできるんです
そうなんです Wanganga is kind of ruthless with no armor.
で今状況を説明しますとですね、
はい
銀シャリソートアイテムが0個なんですよね。
うん
で、それが入手できる保証もなくで、
Yeah, Ludi is right. So Velocidrome, Iodrome, Gendrome are, they have dose
So you have
in their
Velociprey,
names.
which are called Rampos. And then there's Velocidrome. In Japanese, it's Dose
銀シャリ
Rampos.
も3つ揃えた状態の、納品した状態のデータを
and
ちょっと
Dose EOS.
いただきます。
So on and
申
so
し訳
forth.
ございません。ちょっともうミスもかなり多くて、こんなことになってしまいました
Dose Fango. It's not to say that all larger monsters that have smaller monsters
頑張っていきましょう
一応銀シャリソーと大きな骨
have
がたくさん落として
dose
くれるん
in
ですよ
front,
ね
but
本
yeah,
来
most of the
は
ones that are called drums do.
そこで落としてくれないと
Right, well,
また
with that,
追
I've
加
got
の
to
追
sign
加
off.
作業がとてつも
Sign
ない
off.
関係な
Nice
の
meeting you
で
too.
All right,
meeting
have a
you.
good one.
Have a great day.
今回はすいませんもうすいませんとして謝ることしかできないですね
はい
Alrighty.
リカバリーデータが発動
Third time's the charm, I guess.
数は
Well, I guess fourth time.
左右されてしまうところですね
Yeah. Hope he remembers the trade.
素材運しかりはいということでこれは
Wait,
どういうデ
You
ータ
loaded the wrong save.
そうですねもう
wait a minute.
アイテム納品を終えて
Oh no.
No.
クシャルダオラからになりますね
あー
アイテム納品進んでるんですけど雑貨屋にアイテムを、銀シャリソウとブヨブヨした皮とあとなんだっけガウシカの角を納品しましたで軽いストーリーとしてはこのアイテムの納品によって雑貨屋倒産の危機を救いました
Guess it's a backup in case
でこのタイミング
went
でクシャル
wrong.
ダオラが雪山の奥に
Because that's the Kushala urgent quest
最
he
終
just
決戦
posted.
に行こうっていうことではい今来てい
I
ま
guess
す
that makes sense.
ちなみにこの
Guess that was just in
雑貨
case,
屋
just to
の
make sure they don't
倒
go
産
over
の危
time.
機だってなってたんですけどなんでかっていうとこれまではその雑貨屋猫っていうのは極秘の流通ルートを使ってたんですねでその流通ルートがメラルがハンターから盗んだ品を
Yeah, this is exceptionally unfortunate
極
RNG.
悪なルートですねでそれで原価ゼロで稼いでたそうですで先ほどねモズさんが盗まれた調合書とかもね流されたんじゃないかなと思いますけどもそれに対してハンターがまたたびを携帯して対策するようになったのでこの流通ルートが使えなくなったんでここからまともな商売を始めるらしいですはいっていうなんかね結構ブラックなネタもあったりしてなんだろう
So,
面白いですね
after having used, again, the light bow gun, we do switch back to the hammer for Kushala,
エリア8にいますの
which
で
happens to be a really, really good matchup against Kushala. And these Elder Dragons,
このクエストでまた使うので受け取って
they have a lot of health. at least in their non-repel quests.
ドスにおいては雨とか雪が降るエリアでは爆弾が使えないようになって
Now, granted, we're also doing an urgent, so its health isn't exactly.
It's lower to account for. Oh, you repelled the monster twice. He's still hurt from those quests.
その代わりにストーリー上で竜神
Normally, with the Elder Dragons in the offline portion of the game,
使えるようになる
if you do enough damage to them after the clock gets past a certain point, they will run away, and you can hunt them again
その
at that reduced
会社
health.
の状況によっては使うかもしれないですけどあんまり使いません
But we don't have to deal exactly with that in
新しい
the
点はもうセカンド G ぐらいまでしか出てないから知らない人もいいかもしれないですね
Yeah.
はいということでシャルダウラです
Kushala is the flagship of Monster Hunter 2, meaning it was on the cover. It's kind of in a very similar position to Rathalos for the first Monster Hunter game.
はいかっこいいです
And it serves a pretty good
まずは毒投げナイフを設定
tutorial monster for the other Elder Dragons.
まあ撃退の時と基本的には戦法は一緒なんですけども
So,
メディア8が
despite it not raining here, Kushala elevates the weather to a higher stage, so it's snowing, and thus has the same effect on bombs where they are not able to be
はい
placed.
今回のクエストではヒルミループを狙って
Again, the lore wise behind that
は
is
い
like
2回スタンプ入れてたので
you're not able
た
to
め1
ignite
で
them.
スタン確定ですねはいいいタイミングで縦3をはめ始めるとこのようにフルヒットできますがまあ
So, while it is very easy to topple Kushala, its topple tends to be tied to the head hit zone,
で今度は V 破壊しましたね
like so. It can be very tricky to line up these follow-up hits. And Orc is doing a really, really good job of
これ首
landing them.
多分ヒルミリーチのはずスタンプした
There's the KO.
再び頭
Likewise with the KO, it does do that
でしたと
head movement. Oof.
位置とか怒り状態か通常状態かっていうところでも
There we go.
タイミングが変わってくるので結構シビアです、って感じでこのダウン中に縦3を入れることで頭に147ダメージを入れられますそれに対してクシャレダオラの頭のひる道っていうのが150ダメージです
Now, for people who've hunted Kushal in the past and know about his ever so infamous wind aura, in most of the series, you can disable the wind aura by either poisoning Kushala, staggering its head, or breaking its horns.
して有利に立ち回りま
All
す
said in the head.
ただし
Yep, or flashing it out of the air.
飛び回ったりとか
That too.
するので
It should be
Story
noted
quests.
that the only way to permanently disable the aura is by breaking its head. Kushal is one of the
首に座れることで
is the only Elder Dragon in
ちょっと
the
うまくなったりとかそういった
Elder
こともあります
Dragon trio, if you want to call it a trio.
これはきつい
That doesn't require the dragon element to break its
近
horns.
寄って
So while we're able to disable Kushala's aura, that is
で
not going to be true with Luna if things go
こ
wrong.
の間は絶対時計回りで
危な
危ねえ絶対
Oh,
時計
nice.
回りで立ち回るべきです
It's a good
なぜ
trade.
かというと
Being the Wind Elder Dragon, Kushala causes
この中に
a lot of wind pressure.
長時間ブレスを吐き続けるコードがあるんですけど
So you'll see the hunter go into different animations if Art gets caught out here.
左から出るんです
And
ね
that's
いきなり
being
左から
caused
出る
by
仮に反時計回り
the
で
wind.
回ってた場合に即その出だしのブレス
Yeah, flash bombs are a particularly effective tool. Kushala does like to fly.
時計回りで
And there's really only
と思い
3 ways to deal with it when it's flying. You can either flash bomb it to bring it to the ground,
首かな
stagger it, or and by stagger it I mean you do have to specifically hit certain hit zones and it'll fall. Or
縦3入れる
you can zone and it'll land. But zoning requires Kashal to reset to a particular position in the area. And so it's not a particularly fast strategy, so we're opting for flash bombs because it happens to be the fastest and most reliable. I mean, aside from, of course, waiting for Kashal to land itself, but that's not great. Yeah, you'll see a lot of the DNA from modern Monster Hunter in old Monster Hunter. Like, they've retained, both on the monsters' attacks and the hunters' attacks, they've retained a lot of the original identity. Granted, you'll usually be performing different combos depending on what's on optimal for particular games, so you might not see it as often, but they certainly still linger. Very nice.
Very nice Kushala hunt. One thing we did miss that was from the end of the Blanganga hunt, if we were able to see that, was that they were given an item called a lightning rod, which is exclusive to Gen 2, where bombs aren't usable during snowstorms or when it's raining in game. A lightning rod can be used. It's kind of like a bomb that does thunder damage.
It also, interestingly, because this lightning rod strikes directly above it, so it doesn't have... I don't know exactly how wide its hitbox is, but it can be used to hit flying opponents like Kushala. We're opting for flash bombs, but in casual play you'll see lightning rods. In fact, in some speedruns, I think Freedom 2 speedruns, they were debating on using lightning rods instead of bombs on Kongola's quest, just because it was raining.
一区切りみたいな感じですかね。
そうですね。
はい。なんですけども、まあこれにてそのパッケージモンスターを買ったもののまだこれ
And unfortunately, we don't need any of Kashal's materials, so we're just going to be using that for money.
7テスカトリ討伐までの RTA なので、はい、もうちょっと続きます。もうちょっとっていうか、ここからも結構ね、大変なんですけども。クシャルダオールを倒したことによって、これで新たに火山に行けるようになります。で、ということは、まあ、火山のモンスターをここから倒していくということですね。
Right, we should be season cycling if I'm not mistaken. Actually, technically, this save, yeah, is already cycled. That saves some
time. If we were on the previous save file, we'd be switching it to the current to cold season. But the save file is already set up with that.
And that's again a good example of the urgents bypassing the. So we'll talk about this. We're going to be crafting. Should be Arbalest. Yes.
Should be Arbalest.
We're going to be crafting a heavy bowgun now. That's what the giant bones and iron ore were for. Again, depending on how lucky or unlucky we got after Blanganga, which is part of the reason I assume they made this backup. You can kind of get locked out of this weapon. It is unfortunate to have a backup or to reset this far into the run, but it is kind of the nature of speedrunning any percent in these Monster Hunter games. There's certain certain amounts of RNG that you'll have to have in order to progress optimally, or progress at all, depending on the run.
道中で大体出るんですけどね、1個も出ないっていうのはちょっと非常に困るんですよね。
Can be pretty unforgiving. Yes, and unfortunately, we do have to see this forging cutscene. Not to say that's not a cool cutscene; it's cool. But there is a way, not necessarily in any percent, to forge without a cutscene.
ジャンボブランド村長がこう走り回ってる時になんか空振りでレーシャブレーシャブってなんか言ってるんですよね。レーシャブレーシャブとか。
I love Granny's animations; they're so good.
結構好きだったり。あとまあココット村初代の話ですけど、ココット村の村長がね、これも結構有名なネタかもしれないですけど。
So this top menu here shows off that how you can combine from the box. If you pay the combiner, he will combine items for you at a 100% success rate. You don't even need the combo books. It'll also take items directly from your box to do the combine.
It can also send items to the box if they overflow in your inventory. So yes, you don't necessarily have, and a lot of people describe that as a quality of life change. You don't necessarily have the mechanic of combining in the box, but instead you have a tool that allows you, again, at a price, to combine and send to box.
あと DOS だとジャンボ村の真ん中にある掲示板で結構いろいろと小ネタが仕込まれてたりしてて、そういうの読むのも楽しいですよね。
買い物からあるデータか。よし。
お金が今足りない。
そうですね。あとこのデータだと先ほどのヤンクックで火炎袋を入手して、
And we won't be needing that lightning rod, unfortunately.
結構高い確率で出るんですけど、ちなみにそこも出てないっていうちょっと運が悪い部分があったので、これでトラップツールオータルバック。
I mean, the good news is we also don't have to gather for silver rice grass. We did bypass that requirement as well.
じゃあ考えられないレシピですよね。だいたい皆さんオータル爆弾と拡散デビキンを組み合わせるとか。
So we used, if I'm not mistaken, a flame sack to create a mega barrel bomb or large barrel bomb plus, depending on what iteration of Monster Hunter you're playing. Those are exceptionally powerful, and will hopefully be used on the wake up hit for our next upcoming hunt. Yes, you had to take items out of the box and combine them. The other limitation of the combiner is you have to have started the combine to, you've had basically combined that item before using that particular recipe in order for the combiner to do it. So, navigating the menus and managing your items, it's a skill in of itself.
最小のロスで買い物をするっていうのが結構難しいんですよね。
そうですね。その時々によってやっぱりそのアイテム欄、その余計なアイテムが入ってる。
Yes, it's very different in modern Monster Hunter.
There's a lot of prep going into this next hunt, as this is quite a difficult one.
違いが出てくるので毎回それに対応するのが大変ですね。
Yeah, this is a hunt that you really, really don't want to mess with.
ネットとトラップツールを音に合わせて使いやすくして、落とし穴って作ってありましたっけ？
落とし穴は後で。
ここでか。
これであったかな。
Alright, I'm using the combiner again.
なので、調合屋は 100% の確率で調合してくれるので、しっかりこのシステムを利用していきます。そうか。
はい。
スタの葉か。スタの葉。
スタの葉と素材玉で、煙玉を作っていきます。
I wouldn't necessarily, I know, again, some people would argue that's quality of life. I wouldn't necessarily argue that all of the changes were quality of life. Because they have gameplay ramifications.
チャートっていうのが使われていきます。このね、やっぱマイハウスの外で
Yes, they might be more convenient for you. I will agree it's a convenience change. But at least when I associate the term quality of life, it's usually a change like armor sets, for example. Registering more armor sets, to me, is a quality of life change, because it doesn't have major gameplay ramifications, but it does improve your capabilities and how easy it is to, or how quickly you can do certain things, again, without a cost. Yeah, again, some people are going to be bothered by it, other people aren't going to be. It really just depends on where you draw the line. And I assume most modern players aren't going to tolerate every change, or at least every decision that they made back in the day. And that's fine.
爆弾と煙玉を連続して使うことが多いので、隣り合わせておくのと、空飲みと、あと、得点が。
But yeah, there's a lot of thought that goes into Monster Hunter 2. A lot of things to account for. And I think that's cool.
ここがいらないから、拡散弾とか。
拡散弾はいらない。いや、なんか多分1個足りない。6点ぐらいけど、いや、拡散の実は必要なんですけど。
ここはタルジ使わないんでしたっけ？
タルジか。
And we're just buying more materials.
結構その時のアイテム状況
I assume we'll be saving after this.
チャートも変わってくるので、
はい。
はい。ちょっと大変ですね。
これは普通のオーダルだった。
Alright, yep.
はい、セーフティー
There we go. That should be a sign that the inventory is ready.
ブランゴとね、同じで、最大体力個体を引くと、もう絶対に倒すことができません。
はい、
手持ちの弾を使い切って、さらにフィールドの採取もから、そういう超高速で弾を拾っても倒せない。
Alright, now if we want to depart during the daytime, if you take a look at the timer up top, we have to do it pretty quickly.
ちょっとまだまだ。
And again, you can always pause this game from the menus, but you really do want to keep track of, in your casual playthroughs, managing what you're doing with your time and learning what pops up during what times of day, what seasons, that sort of thing.
結構長年奏者を悩ませていったモンスターになります。で、先ほども言った通り、グラメオス、最大でHP5000 っていうね、とんでもない HP まで膨れ上がるので、これ HP5000 っていうのはさっき戦ったクシャルダウン最終戦のクシャルダウン
So there's
2.5 倍のです。
one big material we're going to try to get here.
なんで、ボウガンチャートでは
It's okay if we don't get it by the end of this quest. But we're looking for some fatty tomatoes as one of the required deliveries for the village.
しかないので、ガンナーは調合書とか弾とか、その調合素材でアイテム枠をもう本当に圧迫してしまいますので、持ち込むアイテムは厳選する必要があります。今回は記録狙い用のチャートを使ってますので、体力の低い個体を素早く捕獲できる代わりに、体力の高い個体を引いたら弾不足でどうしても倒せなくなるというアイテム構成になっています。運がいい時のリターンが多い。
And again, we really only have one cool drink.
リセットで大事になると。まあ、ドドブラゴ戦と同じく。
That leaves very little wiggle room for mistakes. Because if we mess up here, we cart. We're really relying on this one cool drink to keep us alive. Yep. Because these areas are incredibly hot. Now, another thing we should note, positioning on this map is very, very important. Because getting too close to the edges of certain areas when you're next to the lava, that will cause your health to go down on top of the heat damage that you would take without a cool drink, or with a cool drink enabled.
There will also be cracks in certain part of the terrain where lava geysers can spit up. It'll knock you back.
Yeah, it's definitely something to be aware of. And luckily we're doing this in a season where we're not gonna have to deal with too many small monster spawns. Luckily, right after that cutscene, Gravius does not immediately aggro this entrance. So we're able to use a smoke bomb. We're gonna be firing, I think, 5 shots, and then... Oh, 6. Okay. Bring down the smoke bomb. That's kind of close.
Be safe on this. You would want to do 5 shots, not a smoke bomb.
And again, these status shots don't hurt aggro, so are able to put this Gravius to sleep. Now here, it shouldn't really matter if he aggroes us, because he's going to drop his aggro from the sleep.
ここに来られると厄介なんですが、多分大丈夫。奥に見えますね。
Now again, the reason these bombs are being positioned in the way that they are is we want this plus barrel bomb, G large barrel bomb, or mega bomb, depending on your translation, to do the wake up hit. So the small bomb doesn't connect at all. It just is used to blow up the bigger of the two bombs, and that's the one that gets the wake up multiplier. That roar's rough. We have enough time.
To correct you on the translation, it'd be barrel bomb G, mega barrel bomb, or barrel bomb plus.
Indeed.
A lot of situations where you'll see like plus armor for localizations, they used G in Japan. So instead of an armor set being a plus armor set for high rank, it'd be a G armor set.
Yeah, there's certain design decisions that kind of get lost when you bring these older maps into... Ooh, cut that close. Into more modern titles.
目玉マークがついてますけど見つかってないらしいです。ちょっといいよ、すごいな。残りの大樽爆弾も使っていきます。
Oh, I pray don't do it.
これ巻き込めますね。
Okay, we're good.
あ、と思ったら逃げられましたね。
Sadly, the R-Prey didn't stay there and get killed.
警戒状態を維持するために麻酔弾も投げておきます。
Trank bombs.
これやっとかないと本当に素早く移動されちゃうんで。いいですね。あと残りの2個。爆弾使い切りますね、これで。
So luckily the smoke bomb doesn't actually cause an instance of damage, which is why it didn't blow up the bombs there.
のみで調合して落とし穴作り。
Despite having the animation of throwing something to the ground.
罠を
ちょっと未発覚罠を一応
なるほど。
Hopefully step forward.
はい。これで個体が良ければ捕獲ができますが。どうでしょうか。
And so that was clutch shot.
行きました。素晴らしい。
And just like that.
まあ無事最大個体を引かずに済みましたね。しかもね、なんかイオスがめちゃくちゃ接近して
Okay, Ludi.
こちらにちょっかいかけてくること。
My bad. Large barrel bomb G.
だいぶほっとしましたね。
いやこれが普通なんですよ。はい。
そうですね。
これドドブランカあれが普通、これが普通なんですよ。
そうですね。
本当に。
本当に。
信じてください。
So there should be a fatty tomato spot in the back over here. We're trying to get as many of those as we can before, well, as many as we need before the timer ticks down.
We need 2. That's 1.
Yeah.
That's 2. We're good.
That's 2.
じゃあこの隙間に入れようか。ドスエニーパーセントアリテの歴史を振り返っていきます。2019年にまずメヤさんによって初めて完走されました。この時なんとタイムは10時間10分57秒です。その時の使用武器はデスパライズという麻痺片手で、通常プレイでは非常に強い部類の武器ですね。それから3年が経ち、今回の奏者であるモズさんが参入しました。
Did I hear that right? Did he bring up Death Prize?
のチャートで8時間23分で完走しました。そこからさらに
So for those of you who don't know the history of the speedrun, there used to be a route a long time ago, back when this run, it took substantially longer, that opted for the Sword and Shield Death Prize, which, like the Big Bow and Hammer, has a disproportionately strong set of stats for the rank. And it just so happens that Big Bow and Hammer, partially because of the KO, partially because of the motion values of the hammer, happens to beat it out, and so it kind of got removed or phased out. Run.
ヘビーボウガンチャートを洗練させて3時間44分4秒という世界記録を更新。最後にとどめに
The bowguns are kind of
1-2週間ぐらいですかね。
unmatched in their ability to issue a wide variety of ammo, but to status creatures, at least at this stage of the game.
これがモンハンドス 2% の
And all odd, I think Death Prize was mainly
最初か
also
ら最
phased
後を
out
比較すると約
because you would have had to go on more
7
hunts
時間
to
弱も
to
短
get
縮
it.
していることになります。
Well, it overlaps some materials that you need to
ブ
deliver.
ランゴですとかグラビモスですとか本当に多岐にわたる
It'd also take away from the paralysis sacks you'd have for shock traps.
ここまでねタイムが縮んでいったということになります。はい。ということでこの次も結構ねその情報交換とか研究が行われた末に改善されたところになりますけども将軍ギザミ戦になります。グラビオスと同様にね非常に硬いのでこいつも固定ダメージメインで戦うことになります。そしてまた HP の低い個体を引いてる前提で立ち回っていきます。ただし今回は睡眠弾は使いません。なぜかと言いますとモンハンドスの将軍ギザミは睡眠状態の衝撃が3倍にならないバグが存在します。なんでか分かりませんが、つまり睡眠爆破が使っても意味がないということになります。ので、はい、睡眠弾はなしでいきます。まだ時間がやりそうなので余談ですけども、ポイズンタバルジンチャートの他にサンダーベインチャートっていうのも、つい最近僕が考えたんですけど、まあね、ちょっとやる前から分かってはいたんですけど、めちゃくちゃ素材要求数が多くて、まあとてもじゃないけど、ポイズンタバルジンほど加速が見込めないなということで、はい、1回だけ走ってボツとなりました。結局、今のところは大国会、序盤大国会、後半、アルバレスト会っていうのがやっぱり最強っていう状態にはなってます。一応ポイズンダバルジンもね、本当に運が全部
And now we switch back to daytime. Again, this is where managing the time is not really a factor in any other Monster Hunter game, but is a factor for this
結構
one.
大半がモンスターの素材を活用するんですね。ポイズンダバルジンに。
Each map being affected by the clock, some maps become less manageable depending on the time of day.
Yeah, it's a mix of spawns pathing on the map. So the volcano has increased lava activity at night. And so navigating through it takes longer. And the amount of time it takes to turn over the clock is certainly less than the amount of time that you would have to expend. Again, repeatedly navigating the volcano. We're backing up our save here because we've got all of our whole inventory sorted.
結構準備が整ったかなと思います。
And while our RNG hasn't been particularly great this run, it could be substantially worse, but I think people underestimate just how dedicated speedrunners are to these longer sorts of runs. If this wasn't live or streamed, I'm sure they would reset. Again, if you were trying to push a PB or if you were trying to aim for a world record, and it's a lot of dedication to have these breakpoints that are so deep into a run.
そっか、もう日付変わって、得意変わってんのか。おはようございます。そうね、ぜひ。
Yeah, it's always funny with those bed animations, just how flat the bed looks. Jump on a pile of wood boards.
大事ですからね。
I mean, you do have some bounce in that animation too.
って言ってる僕がすごいずっと座ってるんですけども。はい、まあちょっとね、エコノミー小国にならないように気をつけましょう。はい、でこの将軍ギザミも本作初登場のモンスターになります。まあね。
So Shogun's a pretty cool monster. It's wearing the skull of the Gravius that we had just hunted. What we'll be doing here again is a little bit of aggro management, but mostly stagger manipulation if we can pull it off. Now these, so there are two types of cats. These cats with a little acorn on the back, because I don't think the mainlings do. They won't attack unless provoked. So we're starting a poison here. The advantage to opening with poison is it's just some nice damage buildup. There's the 5 shots. Some nice damage buildup while you're doing other things. It doesn't really necessarily help you towards knocking over the creature, but it's a good chunk of passive damage. Alright.
このエリアアイルが何匹かいます。毒弾とか爆弾で巻き込んでしまうと敵対状態になって、このエリアにいるアイルすべてから狙われてしまうので注意が必要です。おっと、これは大丈夫か？
近いかな。
で、3つ目は
The nice part about these staggers is these bombs are doing just enough damage and are being timed just as the stagger is ending to repeatedly trip this Siennatar. And without a defense roll, which again the levels don't really manipulate the defense in Village, that was a little bit too early.
Thankfully, you got smoke bomb down in time.
It's pretty consistent. So when you exceed the stagger threshold, it's going to blow up the rocks too. The rocks do as much damage as the bombs. Reapplying poison here. One second. When you exceed that stagger threshold, before it's getting up from the stagger, that stagger gets eaten. So it's pretty important to manage when that stagger is coming out, if you're attempting to lock the creature.
今持ってるレベル1毒弾を当て切っても毒になってくれないことがあります。
So the bullets do a little bit of raw damage, and we just happen to exceed the stagger limit there.
これ沼地でいい要素の毒画を余計に1個。
That's the first time I've been told that, but I'll take the compliment, I guess.
これが毒蓄積値が結構高いので安定して毒にすることができます。はい、これで毒を2回与え切ってかつ爆弾も当てて点灯を取りたかったが今しまった。こ
れで状態にしてから。
はい。OK。さっきからやってるんですけど。 右足、左足に対して右足がなぜか
Plus is just for the last little bit of health.
So Clust does draw aggro. Clust is very much like Crag in that it does explosive damage, so it doesn't really, unless you're going for a stagger, it doesn't really matter. Ooh, getting this close. It doesn't really matter what part it connects with, but you're unlike Crag, you're relying on the little bomblets to do most of the damage. That initial hit doesn't do much. It really is the ones that fall. So instead of shooting laser beams like Gravio's, Siennatar uses the shell to spew water. And we're digging, so this is probably a zone transition. Yes, it is. Usually, again, when monsters get low, they'll opt to zone, and we're just following it. Again, this is a very big difference between a player that is experienced in the second generation of Monster Hunter, knowing where the monster's going, without having those paintballs active. It takes quite a bit of learning. Alright. And that's another monster down.
いや、ここも結構ね、ミスるときミスるから、ここも一発突破でよかったですね。
強いんですよね。このあ
So
まり
there
に
isn't
こ
anything
れ
super
も深いところ
pressing,
から大幅に弱体
if
化
I'm
さ
not
れて、
mistaken, to do
この
at the
ド
end
ス
of
を
this
やっ
hunt
てから
outside of sorting our
セカンド
inventory.
セカンド G だったりやると
No, there's
違いが
no
面白さが
items left from the volcano that are
セカンド G
required
が動きがすごいゆっくり見えてて、なんかね、すごいこちらに忖度してくれる
from this quest.
接待してくれる感じなんですけど、まあ、そこでドスをやるとやっぱり動きが素早くて大変なんですけど、まあ、こういうなんか作品ご
So
と
it's a
に、
nice
まあ
1-minute
側
break,
見
I
てて
guess.
も結構細かなモンスターの仕様が違ったりするので、まあ、むしろそのポータブル作戦やってる人こそドスをやってほしいっていうのがすごいあります。
はい。まあ、まずね、果たして環境があるのかっていうところもありますが、ぜひ中古のね、PSP2 とかあれば、探せばあると思うんで。
幸いプレミア、モンハンシリーズの過去作って全部プレミア化してないので、結構ソフト自体はお求めやすい価格で入手できると思います。
そうですね。まあ、あえてこの令和のようにドスをやるっていうのも一興かもしれませんね。
ソロでもやり込み要素すっごいあるので、
そうですね。
オンラインが差ししてしまった今でも全然。
Alright, next up, it'll probably be the only time in the run that we do it. Unless we opt for the other quest, we'll probably be starting a quest, but we're not going to be completing it in the same way. We're going to be ending via subquest.
ストーリー進めると、ココット村に行けるようになるんですね。で、クリア後に実はようやくリオレウスと会える。
So the difference between, again, a main quest objective and a subquest objective, it doesn't count towards quest completion unless you do the main quest objective. But you can still end the quest after completing the subquest. The advantage of doing so is you still get the subquest rewards for completing the subquest along with part break rewards.
この時代ゲームだとまああるあるなんですけど、まあ、かなりそのゲーム内での説明があまりされてないっていう感じなので。
And we're really not mandated to, yeah, it is the quest I'm thinking of. We're not mandated to clear this quest. It's not a part of progression.
また再び砂漠に行きますと。このクエストなんですが、厳密にはキークエストではありません。
So we're going to save some time, not deal with this giant health pool,
ねじれた
but we'll be tackling Diablos.
アイテム納品依頼で必要となるので、それを回収するためだけに行きます。まあ、本作では、結構冒頭に出たかな。サブターゲットっていうシステムがありまして、クエスト中にメインターゲット以外の特定の条件を満たすと、サブターゲット報酬を得て村に帰還することができます。で、今回はディアブロスの両角を追って。
So that's actually something that's really cool about the transition from jumping down the well. If you input a direction, there's a brief period of time that you can actually influence the way your character is facing and fall in a positive direction towards one of the exits rather than falling straight on and being perpendicular to the left or right exit. It saves a little bit of time. So we are going to be using part of the environment here. Not really smoke bombs this time. To clear the subquest.
アルバレスだともう勝てないですね。時間切れになります。
Nice part about this, the start of this quest is Diablos, when it notices us, isn't going to perform a full roar. So it doesn't take quite as long. The other thing we're doing here that's a little bit different from the other bombing strategies. Most of the time we'll put down 2 barrel bombs and a small barrel bomb. But instead, if we put the small barrel bomb down between the 2 barrel bombs, we still have the chance to get out that other barrel bomb, and we take a little bit of damage from the small barrel bomb. And that little bit of damage is pretty important here. Because in order to end via subquest, we still have to make it back to camp. Now, this is unfortunate. Diablos is digging. And when Diablos digs, this is the rock of safety, by the way, as it's called. It doesn't really get stuck in the wall. We're hoping for charges here.
Unlike in Monster Hunter Generations and Generations Ultimate, when they brought this map back, this middle rock can't be destroyed.
Yeah.
So it's completely safe.
And the hitbox for this is pretty generous. So we're going to kick these bombs instead of getting hit by the small barrel bomb. When you put the small barrel bomb down between the two large barrel bombs, you're not taking the full large barrel bomb damage, you're just taking the small barrel bomb damage, which is why we didn't cart earlier. But we did here. And with that, we should have broken the horns. We can just envious up quest.
サブターゲット達成を選んで帰還をします。さあ結構これ緊張。
And ending via subquest does bring you back to the
これも運ゲーなんです。
yeah, there we go. To these screens faster. It's only 10 seconds instead of a full minute.
さあどうだ。
頼む。
Oh, okay.
Oh no. Oh wait, they did get it.
They did get it.
So there's a chance that we mess up there. It's one of two drops. It's the Twisted Horn and the Majestic.
でこれはアイテム納品
Me
の
misreading
代替
things.
品にならないので、上質が出てしまったらもう一回ディアブロスに行かなくてはなりません。
It's heavily weighted in the favor of Twisted Horn, but if you get really unlucky, it's an 8% chance you get that Majestic Horn and messes up the run.
しかも本装で意外と
Because you don't know until
Again,
the
and
quest
you
is
can't,
over.
yeah, you can't really manipulate monster drop rates. Like, you can do the best you can do to get into the right, to maximize your odds. But, if luck isn't on your side, it's all part of the run.
そういえば、最後ですね。
And we're going to be moving on to another quest where we need a specific material, so there will be a bit more luck as well.
Yeah, this is probably our last potential spot where we can get walled pretty hard by luck.
繁殖期か温暖期に出現します。今、寒冷期だから、まあ出現しない。
Beyond just monster behavior, of course.
で、繁殖期の方が小型モンスターの配置の都合で戦いやすいので、まあ一回家に帰って爆睡して繁殖期にします。まあ寒冷期の次が繁殖期だから都合がいいですね。で、このバサルモスから取れる岩竜の広角、これが3つ必要になります。まあだから序盤のドス潮竜と同じパターンで、報酬で1個は確定なんだけども、まあその捕獲報酬とかで出ないと、最高3回やらされる羽目になります。最後のお祈りをお願いします。そしてここもまあバスラモスも、結構硬いモンスターなので爆弾メインで立ち回っていきます。
All things considered, time-wise, it's not terrible, but we'll see. I'm not entirely certain if they've got another backup for this point.
地味にこの季節が変わる時の BGM いいですよね。
そうですね。なんか本当に昼夜でも BGM、村の BGM 変わるし、本当なんかいいんですよね。雰囲気はとにかく素晴らしい作品です。
そうですね、本当に。そう、触れてなかったんですけど、このジャンボ村の BGM が個人的には村というか拠点の BGM の中で個人的には一番好きかもしれないですね。時点でこうフォーに出てきた品戸村とかも好きでしたけど、なんというかこのなんですかね、この謎の哀愁漂う感じというか、まあね、この村が発展していくとこの BGM がもっとなんか賑やかな感じになってしまうんですけど、まだなんだろう、発展しきってないからこうなんだろう、 BGM にも含みを持たせてるというかね、なんかそんな感じを僕は印象を受けました。そう、なんかちょっと寂しいんですよね。夜だともっとね、なんかしんみりした感じになって、これもこれでいいんですよ。 あね、ポッケ村とか、チコ村、あ、いいですね。ポッケ村やっぱ人気ですよね。もう本当に親の顔より、じゃあ、言い方合ってるのかな、これ。親の BGM より聞いた BGM ですよね、これね。あ、モカ村もいいですよね。
僕はちなみに、アイスボーンのセリーナが、
いいですね、
あれが本当にいいですよね。
うん。あれもちょっと哀愁系な感じしますよね。まあ寒いところに拠点立ててるんでね。なんかちょっとそれになぞらえたというか、そんな音楽になってますね。っていうか、アイスボーンはやっぱいい BGM 全般いいですよね。
そうですね。
アイスボーンのそのストーリー中に流れるクエストクリア BGM とかね、結構好きですね。ドスのファンファーレ、コーンを叩いてるの次に好きかもしれない。
All right, so Basarius starts off underground. It tends to mimic the rocks. There are certainly more rocks in the first generation of Monster Hunter that look similar to Basarius. Not to say that there aren't any in second generation, they're just a little bit more sparse. So it's pretty easy to see in second gen.
He has areas in the volcano that are more tailor-made for Basarios in first gen.
Yeah, it's really only, I want to say, one area in this volcano that happens to have rocks that look a little closer. But he has a little bit of a mimicking sort of trait to him. He's also not the only monster that will mimic the environment. It's kind of neat.
ちょっと離れる距離が離れると突進をしてしまいます。これで
Luckily, Basarius isn't nearly as ridiculous as Gravius is.
His shell isn't as hard. He's too young.
He's the younger form of the bigger one that we'd fought earlier. Preemptively putting down a pitfall trap. It's nice while he's asleep because we aren't going to have to deal with extra factors. We're going to use these normal level 2 both to detonate the bombs. Hopefully not hit him. There we go. And to lure him into this trap. There we go. Hopefully this will be asleep in the trap.
これリロードのタイミングミスったんでダメかな。
ちょっと罠中には無理か。いけるか？あ、いけた。罠中に2睡眠目を取ります。再び睡眠爆。
Another example of status conditioning. These status conditions extending out the trap. Poison doesn't, but Pyrrha, sleep, KO, they all help.
はい終了。
And there we go. Yeah, substantially less health to deal with.
はい。という感じで。
Hopefully we get those Basarius shells.
He's pretty tall, so we have to get a bit lucky.
ただし、先ほども言いましたが、
they aren't a super high drop rate.
周回させられる羽目になるので、最後のお祈りをお願いします。はい。あと地味にここでその何回もやらされると、ね、爆弾がめっちゃ使う必要があって、ちょっとお金がどんどん削られていくので、ちょっと今後にも支障が出てきてしまう。
There's depends on how you define that. So Rathos and Rathian are technically the same species, the male and female counterparts. Yukator and Agnactor. What else? Yeah, Fatalis, White, Crimson. There's a few monsters that get called by different names and titles despite being again members of the same species.
Wait.
Was that all of them? Wow.
You got lucky this time.
See, yeah, that's the kind of RNG that you really want. And again, why this game, despite being being out for such a long time is so difficult to fully get all of the luck to go your way and to execute everything all at once. It's really quite impressive.
見事一発で突破できたということで、終盤戦に入ります。
All right. He has to give him an item first in order to deliver the items. There we go.
アイテムをもらうんですけども、
And
コーチがいっぱいだ
Checking
と
the meteorite out.
一生話が進みませんと。
all right. So after we deliver this item, we'll have enhanced the tavern to level 3. So the final level for each one of the facilities is level 3, and the tavern getting enhanced to level 3 enables us to move on to the next part of this, where we it's actually going to be 2 facilities. It's going to unlock another facility called the mine. There's actually 2 ways to unlock the mine. This is one condition. The other condition is by upgrading the forge, but we're not going to be spending a bunch of materials to upgrade the forge. So we'll have to quit out again, because we'll have to have one for each. We have to have a cutscene for each one. Yeah, only plays 1 per load. Again, there's 2 ways to do this. You can either go back to main menu, which is faster, or you can return from a quest. Either way works.
深夜にあんねカンカンやらされてね。
Now, I did mention earlier that we obtained an item by training with a Veggie Elder. We are about to obtain the next 2 items.
まあ利用可能になるというか、厳密に言うと発掘マニアというキャラクターが
The first one we're going to get by
でこのキャラクター
giving the miner a pickaxe.
を渡すことで、まあこの洞窟を掘り進めてくれるっていうのが、まあこの行動っていう施設の要素ですね。
So unfortunately, we're not going to see the mine fully finished. Not in any percent anyway. Oh, we don't have it.
あれこれ、このデータもしか
Forgot his
して
pickaxe.
マカライトない
上がったらまずいぞ。
とリカバリーデータで何持ってるか全然把握してない。あ、マジか。
じゃあ、
これ、
Oh no.
傍聴の方に出てない。
Don't have materials.
はいはいはい。じゃあちょっとここでまた最後の運ゲーが追加されてしまいますね。
なるほど。
Are we going to bank on it?
台本読みますと、ここでピッケルグレートを彼に渡すことで、
So it's
クエスト1回終わって帰ってくると確定で孤島の談笑後編っていう必須アイテムを持ってきてくれます。
So we're buying, that's the second of 3 items.
普通のピッケルだとその確定じゃなくなるので、そこで運ゲーが発生してしまうということです、ね。
And there we go.
はい。まあね、そのあれですね、バサルモスで報酬でまかないとは出るんで。
出るんですけど、このデータはちょっと傍聴の骨はどこでも入手できなかったデータなので。
そうか。傍聴の骨がそもそもないからダメなのか。
そうですね。ドスランか、ドスファンゴか、ババコンゴじゃないと出ないんですけど、結構ね、すり抜けて、最終的にピッケルお祈りチャートに移行することもまあまああるので、それも今回まあ見せるということで、形で。はい。
はい、まあ、ここは1回運ゲーに負けても、そんなによろ数はない、他に比べたらね。
そうですね、まあ3、4分ぐらいで済みます。
はい。なんでね、まあ、大丈夫かなと思います。傍聴の骨だとか、マーカライトとかって言ってたのは、そのピッケルグレートの調合素材が傍聴。
So in order for the miner to complete a mining session, which is what we're going to need to do here, we need to either fully complete a quest or fail a quest. Usually failing a quest requires you to faint 3 times. But there is a special type of quest called arena quests or arena exercises. And these quests in first and second generation generally have a cart limit of 1. So we're going to choose an arena quest where we can cart ourselves as quickly as possible.
でこの狩猟演習とは何かと言いますと、手持ちのアイテムや装備は使えないけど、あらかじめクエスト側で準備された装備とアイテム。
And so we're choosing a bow set. So gunner sets typically have lower defense, but this one also happens to come with a supply barrel bomb, which is more than enough to cart us. We can't place the supply barrel bomb in the camp though. So we're actually going to have to exit the camp, and that's about as far as we'll need to go.
どれも今では同じ弓の武器種となってますね。
Oh, not quite on the loading transition. That's
で、
unfortunate.
に支給表オタル爆弾を構えまして、じゃあドスワンゴに行きましょう。
And then
はい、自爆します。
there we go.
Odd part is,
ね、本作の狩猟演習。
sure if this is breaking the no armor part
があります。
donation incentive, but
先ほどの採掘マニアの
not
採掘
actually
は
being used, so it's
クエスト
probably
の成
fine.
功また失敗をすると完了します。
Oh, true. I hadn't considered
今
that.
回クエスト失敗したことによってリザルト画面やクリア時
I don't think
Technically, he also had
items.
healing items in his inventory too.
こ
But
の狩猟演習
But he
が
didn't use
装備を選択することによってご丁寧に支給用オータル爆弾を、持たせてくれますし、この頃の
yeah, if anything, it's more of a detriment to have both of those things for the purposes of this
爆弾
run.
で一撃で自滅することができますと。はい、すべてが
Or at
噛み
least
合っ
this
た
part
チャ
of
ー
the
トとな
run.
っています。あとは問題はこのピッケルで孤島の断種が出てるかどうかだなということで、どうでしょうか。出ました。OK。
All right.
これで本当に
And that's all 3. So each one of those was a remnant of the ancient tower book. And when combined together, they form, I guess, the ancient tower book. What we're buying here is some Psycho Serum, and both of those items are required story-wise to discover the location of the tower. So we're going to be giving them to the Wyverian Madame. And with those 2 items, she's actually going to be able to tell us both where Lunastra is and where the tower is. The tower is a pretty elusive map. There's not really, outside of events, which rotate every 3 days on the servers, there's not really a fixed quest for the tower that sticks around. The tower quests happen to be pretty rare. It's the journey to the tower is described as being particularly difficult and reliant on just the perfect conditions to get there. We're not going to depart immediately to the tower. We're actually going to encounter Lunastra in 2 different locales, and this is going to be exactly like the repels for Kushala Deora.
ナナテスカトリもクシャルダウラと同じく固粒種で、まあ強いので、最初は撃退からになります。はい、ということで、爆弾を取りますね。このクエストにおいては、火山ですけど、クーラードリンク飲まなくても、間に合います。こちらが、暑さでやられる前に撃退できますので、特に問題ありません。固粒戦なので、小型モンスターの大半が消滅します。そう、クシャルダウラの時もそうだったんですけども、大半がって言ってるのは、ランゴスタとか、
What's cool about
座り続けるっていう。
one of the things that's cool about Lunastra and this ending to we're in the final stretch of Monster 2. One of the cool things about this ending is it's similar to Ryu in that it gets spoiled in the intro. If you pay enough attention. But unlike 3U, you actually have a decent number of, I mean, you have hints towards how to unlock the things that are required for this ending, but it's not particularly straightforward, especially for beginners who are going in blind.
ここもエリア8も普段だったらメラルがいる場所なんですけども、交流戦なので
It really does kind of feel like a
のからとなっています。
uncovering something very secret.
助かりますね。普通の大型モンスター戦よりも交流戦の方が楽になりがちっていうのがこの仕様のおかげであるんですけども、まあ度数あるあるかもしれませんね。はい、非常にかっこいいんですけども、今回も未発覚はめて倒します。まずは煙玉と麻酔玉を投げて警戒状態にします。はい、こんな密着してますけど見つかりません。もうなんかすごい。
And the usual smoke bomb strats.
近すぎちゃってどうしようって感
It's
じ
like
で
we're being extra careful with this
こん
one.
な距離感でも見つかりません。で、例によってまずは毒にしていきます。
So these repel quests, again, are tutorial quests. They have substantially, the monsters in them have substantially less
爆弾を出ていきます。
HP than usual. And we'll be ending pretty
そうこの
quickly.
辺本当に顔の目の前とか行ってもバレないんですけども、一個注意した方がいいのは腹あたりはちょっと見つかりやすいっていうところがあります。見つかりやすいというか、はい、あ、終わりました。
There we go. Poison doing the last bit of damage.
Poison is very helpful here, as poison,
ハンターが触れちゃう
just like for Kushala, it disables
今みたいに
the
足の
heat aura that Lunastra has.
たまに頭の横とか
It's very useful for this quest,
見つかりません。
so they could get away without using a cool drink because
で
of
この
it.
クリア後暇なので、
Yeah, there's not really.
ポーチ内
I
にあ
mean,
る
when executed this way, you don't really
邪魔
have
したいけど
to
まあ今回ないか
worry too much about the
あ、終わる
HP.
か。まああと弾のアイテムの入れ替えとかそういったことをしました。はい。はい、暇なんでここで別カテゴリーの
It takes longer to put away the heavy bowgun, which is probably why they're firing less shots.
カメレオス
Bowguns and weapons in general are going to have varying
呼び方合ってるのかわかんないですけど、これはまあ
sheathing times, and you need to sheathe your weapon in order to use items.
まあつまりこれクリア後の裏ボスとなる大名立ちを討伐するまでの RTA となります。こちらですと
Now, an interesting thing to note, before Monster Hunter World, Lunastra was an offline-only hunt, very similar to Monoblos, where you could only take her on solo.
この大名立ちのカテゴリーだとさらに青い吹き
It's a
出しの
trend that they didn't
依頼
really keep.
必要があります。
It'll be interesting to see if Monoblos,
発展させていくと
when/if it returns in a future game,
でこ
still
の青い吹き
retains
出しの
its
依頼内容は法則性がある程度あるものの、結構内容はランダムです。でこれを本当に大量にこなさないといけないので、非常にアドリブ要素の多いある程度となっております。完走者は現在3名となっていて、世界記録はなんと10時間31分58秒です。
It's also very fitting because both Monoblos and Lunastra are the respective end of village bosses, if you consider the credits at the end.
非常にこれも、80% とは違った魅力のある RTA となってますので、ぜひ、よければちょっと探してみてください。確か過去のロングスピードランとかで走られたんでしたっけ？
そうですね。まあ私が走者で、まあ
If I'm not mistaken, we have to change
め
tonight.
ちゃくちゃ運が良くて、
はい。
まあ本番で世界記録更新という大幅更新という形になりました。
はい。あ、それがこの10時間31分ですね。
そうなんですよね。本当に運が良くて、はい。
はい。
So Elder Dragon hunts, while
かなり運に左右されるゲームですから、
most quests will let you choose between day and night, and
化
like
け物みたいなタイムが出た
they'll let you depart. Depending on the locale, some Elder Dragons will only appear in certain locales during certain times of day. So it's not really up to the runner in this instance to switch it to night for like preference. It's more a requirement of the quest itself to be undertaken at nighttime.
あとは、アイテムの調合のパターンだったりとか、G さんとのアイテム効果で何が入手できるかとか。で、あと、各マップの。
And again, same thing for daytime. There are some elder hunts that can only happen during the day.
ただ、一番運ゲーポイン
It's
トは
not for every locale, it's just for some of them.
ドロブランゴの素材が結構細かく要求されて、ドロブランゴ5周とか6周とかやっても終わらなかったりします。運が悪いとね。
Oh, we didn't quite get the turn there. It doesn't really matter because it takes Lunastra a little bit to land.
だから素材が倒してかつ素材が入手できるまでリセマラをするっていう。
はい。過酷なカテゴリーとなっていますが、興味があればぜひ見てみてくださいということで、7戦に戻りたいと思います。今回砂漠に7テスカトリやってきました。クシャルダオラと同じくですね、エリア後に来ます。で、降りてくる場所も決まってますので、定位置に爆弾を置いておいて、
And like with cold drink, we're not super worried about having a hot drink here. This quest isn't going to last long enough to make that a huge detriment.
同じですね。ただ同じではあるものの、体力必要な、削る必要がある体力が増えてる分、その見つかっちゃうリスクも増えるわけで、そこは十分注意が必要ですね。ここは安定取って、ペイントボールで発覚を取る。
We're waiting for the poison.
で、また爆弾を置いて。
Guess they're speeding it up.
Trying to save money, I assume.
Unless that was the getter to turn.
Maybe.
次ぐらいで終わるかな。攻めで。
Alright, this should be the last one.
あえて、ナイスです。
Yep.
はい、ここも暇なんで、ちょっとアイテムの整理とかしておきまし
And this
ょ
will
う。
leave us with just one more quest to do.
ですね。
That is true, Exo, at least until the expansion.
Well, no. Sidious still remained solo only. And 3.
Well,
You had
it
to
has
fight
a subspecies,
Goldbeard.
but, yeah.
Goldbeard was online, but Sidious wasn't.
I see insert Teostra, an offshoot of Lunastra. That
ここ
would
からは
hold true.
こっからもそんなにその、ドドブランゴとかに比べたら全然余裕で勝てるので、はい、あとはもう本当にウィニングランみたいなもんですね。
そうですね。
Yeah, it's going pretty well.
はい。
It's about average, I think, in terms of RNG. Now, granted, we don't know exactly how long we would have been stuck on Blanganga, but overall, we should be faster than the anticipated time of 4:30.
ハンマーと結構相性が良かったんですね。ただ攻撃のタイミングがブレスと粉塵爆破の後隙しかない。
Up to the very last quest here.
I can't imagine this last quest is going to take the whole
もうほぼ確定
half hour.
なんで、
Yeah.
ちょっと安定しないというところで、結局のところ、毒投げナイフと煙玉
All right.
で削っていく戦法に落ち着いたということになります。はい。ここは片手剣チャートでも同じことをやっています。はい。そして最後のクエスト。7テスカトリ討伐ですが、また
Our last batch of supplies.
爆弾とか毒弾とか使って
Clust.
補充してから行きます。
I think that's Ivy for smoke bombs.
And toadstools for poison shots.
揃ってるかな。
Yep.
はい。で、おっと。
So, talking to the Wyverian Madame, that was not a misclick, despite looking like it. That is actually required.
はい。 これをこの後使います。はい、ってことで、こっからですね、ちょっと僕の喉が疲れたということもあって、モズさん、戦闘開始までモズさんに。
Just a little odd because she doesn't really have a dialogue bubble over her head.
はい、ということでね、ちょっとここで残念なお知らせがあるんですけど、
はい、
このゾスの孤島というマップ、非常
All
にで、まあおよそ
The final ascent.
5分ぐらいかかります。
So one of the cool things about the tower is despite this game having different states that the maps can be in depending on the time of day, the tower's kind of in this weird state where it doesn't change much with the time of day and seasons. There are some minor changes in terms of like what you can gather, but the small monster spawns stay about the same.
Old school community.
And despite leaving at night, it's daytime. The night version of this map wouldn't, well, the night part of the night version of this map wouldn't be introduced till 3rd gen. And this is the last time we see the full version of this map. And the first time we see the map. It would go through a number of iterations after this game. The portable games don't really have the same layout, nor do they have the exact types of versions of the tower that DOS has. It's really cool. The other interesting thing I'll add about the tower is each one of these areas, maybe with the exception of Area 1, they actually are structured around the monsters that you encounter there. Yeah, it's kind of a land removed from time. This is the last quest. Yeah, and again, this was spoiled by the end of the intro. If you pay attention to Monster Hunter 2's intro, you'll see a Lunastra swarmed by Remobra at the top of the tower. It's quite poetic.
I'm excited to play the game first.
So the tower is an incredibly huge map. So it does take quite a while, and that's the reason we've consumed this Mega Dash Juice. So what Mega Dash Juice does is in future games it'll reduce the amount of stamina that you consume. Earlier on it actually gave you infinite stamina, so we can run indefinitely. The nice part about these ledges, if you don't have Mega Dash Juice, is they're actually a nice spot to regenerate some of that stamina. Again, for those of you who have played on the fan servers, you'll know the reason why these staircases are designed the way they are. But for beginners, I'm not really going to spoil it, but again, every part of the tower is designed around the encounters that you'll have in the tower. It's actually really cool.
で、なんかちょっと声が聞こえてますが、これはチャチャブというモンスターですね。これもまた強くてですね、包丁を振り回してハンターにジャンプ攻撃を仕掛けてきて、小さくて攻撃当てづらいし、しかも睡眠グレネードみたいなのを投げてくるんで、本当に強くて、しかももちろん硬い。ここをボケーっとしてると、攻撃食らっちゃうので、そのためにちょっと供養装役グレートで駆け抜けるっていうちょっとチャートを利用して。
The Remobra can be a little bit troublesome, especially without potions, but considering we're running, it shouldn't be too terrible.
One time they really have a good chance to get you is when you're climbing up those steps. That Remobra decided to taunt there, so not to put too much. Oh.
With the tracking flight, there's a chance that it spits there, but usually when it catches up to the player, if it hasn't collided with them, it doesn't usually commit to the spit.
ということで、なんとかガブラスゾーン突破ということで。
はい。
This is also, it should be noted, this is also the first time,
いよいよ7とのご対面となりますので、ここからまたモッサ
I guess we're encountering Rabobra in this run.
はい。
Um,
わかりました。
they're definitely one of the harder small monsters.
ですね。頂上にいます。はい。気持ちよさそうに寝てますが、今回は討伐になります。まあ、あと先方は今まで通りなんですけども、1個注意しなければならないことがあります。それはこのエリアにもガブラスが3体上空に漂っているということです。かなり遥か上空を漂っ
Back to the usual smoke bomb shenanigans.
敵能力が非常に高くて、
Now she's going to have more health here than the repel quest, so it's going to take
その瞬間
quite a few
こちらを増やし
resources.
て必要に妨害をしてきます。で、攻撃力も高いし、毒ブレス
It looks like 4 shots with the heavy bow gun just because of the added sheath time.
もう見つかったら一応通が保証確定されてしまいます。で、ガブラスもちろん体力もめちゃくちゃ高いので、まあ見つかったら倒すのはほぼ不可能と言っていいでしょう。つまり本作のラスボスは実質ガブラスです。ガブラスに見つからないように煙玉を切らさないようにしつつ、
Yeah, you might as well use everything.
ダメージを蓄積していきましょう。
Yeah, it seems like the paintball is there to have her commit to particular animations.
あ、ちょっと怖い。今のちょっと近すぎたら
This
爆
will
弾
just be
爆風
picking
に
the
巻き込
smoke
ま
bomb
れ
up and bombing.
た若干怖かったんですが、まあこんな感じでね、ひたすら当てていって、で毒が切れた頃にまた再び毒弾で2回目の毒を入れていきます。毒弾ね、強いね、やっぱり。この辺で煙切れるんで。
Yeah, again, these are tools that most players overlook, but really do have some
この毒弾打ち切れば
interesting applications in speedrunning.
毒になるでしょう。なったね、オッケーオッケー。最後に残った爆弾を使い、残ったやつがまだあるか。
Yeah, and they definitely still are used in
爆弾も使い切っていきます。
runs to this day. Especially in multi-monster hunts. It's very good at controlling aggro. And controlling aggro is very important in a lot of speedruns.
I'm pretty sure those paintballs aren't to get Luna to turn. I'm pretty sure it's just to stop Luna from going back to neutral position and moving.
Yeah, it's to commit to the animation of roaring.
やばい。
Or not really roaring, but you get the point.
どうだろう、見つかってる。おお、倒しました。タイムア
And
ストッ
there
プ
we
で
are.
す。
Very
すいま
nice.
せん。急にすいませんでした。はい。あれ
So that was Monster Hunter 2.
そうですね。
Thank you all for joining us, and congratulations to Ark.
よかったです。いやー、記録4時間13分38秒となりまして、
What a wonderful Monster Hunter run.
そうですね。まずは
And
Certainly a very different one.
リカバリーデータを
oh, I always love seeing the older games get a little bit of representation. This is fun.
まあ総合的に見て結構
So, where could we find you, our lovely commentators?
なんですけど、突然また運が
Where do you like to start, Adam?
Sure. I'm not too big anywhere else, but you can find me on the Monster Hunter Old School server.
魅力なんですよね、このゲームの。
Please, if you have any interest in enjoying these older titles, please come check it out.
やっぱ走ってて
Yeah, fun time playing them online.
ということで、はい。
Yeah, so there's a dedicated community to the PS2 Monster Hunter games. By all means, head on that way.
解説者として
And you can find me on MH United on YouTube. I occasionally stream on Twitch. It's a bit sporadic right now for me. But I cover all of the Monster Hunter games, both the newer ones and the older ones. And yeah, it's a fun time.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're going to be shortly here going into a quick break while we set up for the next run, which will be, if I am not mistaken, Romancing Saga 3. Category being no repeater tech percent. I'm not familiar with Romancing Saga to begin with, but it sounds like a pretty interesting category. It is a bonus run that got added to the schedule, so looking forward to that. But in the meantime, we're going to quickly take a break. So go ahead and get up, get some water, use the restroom, get a snack, whatever you need to do. This was a pretty lengthy run, so take care of yourselves, please, and we will be back in just a moment.
モンスターハンターシリーズの RTA に関する情報をいろいろまとめてる、サーバーになりますので、もし興味がありましたら、僕の Twitter のプロフィールまたは、この後モズさんの方でその Discord のリンクをちょっと投稿していただくので、そこから辿っていただくかして、ちょっと別に奏者じゃなくても覗くだけでも結構ですので、はい、興味がありましたらぜひということでよろしくお願いします。はい、ということで最後モズさんから締めの挨拶をお願いします。
本日は、RTA in Japan 運営の皆様、スタッフの皆様、協賛の皆様、視聴者の皆様、そして長時間にわたり解説を担当してくださったモスさん、ありがとうございました。今回の RTA はモンハン RTA コミュニティの皆さんによる、数年にわたる研究の集大成と呼べるチャートで走らせていただきました。それを RTA in Japan という場で披露できたことを非常に嬉しく思います。モンスターハンター DOS は19年前の作品でありながら現代に通じるモンスターシリーズの、基礎となる部分を作り上げたゲームです。前衛的なゲームデザインということもあり、これがなかなか大変だと思うんですけど、その分クリアした時の達成感は変え難いものがあるゲームです。これを機にモンスターハンター DOS、そしてモンハンシリーズを手に持ってもらえる機会となっていただければ私ども幸いでございます。これにて、モンスターハンター DOS の、RT を終了します。RTA in Japan 4日目も楽しんでいきましょう。本日はありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。これ後で飲みますね。